So good morning to all, and I know we had a great day yesterday, good discussions. I got a lot of good feedback from the participants. I don't see a lot of Sri Lankan participants today. They will trickle in as the day goes by. Couple of reminders. Today, obviously, it's the last day, the only day we'll be here together in one room. So please take a moment to talk to the people you have not met. Make those ideas into actions today. Materialize your plans, especially during the breakout sessions this afternoon. It's a big part of our summit, the breakout sessions. Whatever the output that we get from the breakout sessions will go into our final report that will go to the National Science Foundation, which will determine whether we can ask for further funding for our research and development and also industry engagement. So make sure you take good notes, and I know Isan, John, and others are working on breakout sessions. Talk to them. Also write down any questions you may have so you can bring it to the breakout sessions. Those who did not get a chance to see the posters, please make your way to the geology building. Ask someone if you don't know how to get there. It was a great session yesterday with lots of undergraduates presenting their amazing research. I know some of the students had to go back to their hometowns last night, so you may not see the students, but we have asked them to provide a presentation of their posters. Yeah, Sanjeeva just mentioned that you will also visit the Geology Museum, but I don't think you can do it today, but we have a plan for tomorrow. I'll talk about that later. So if you don't get to see the posters today, we will visit tomorrow, as I discussed in the bus. We will go see the outcrops in the morning, and then you will go to the geology department. But important thing is find the students who are sitting usually in the back of this room. Please talk to them. They were asking about opportunities for graduate students, postgraduate work, to continue their research. So please reach out to them. And I ask the same thing from the students. Please talk to our US group here. Don't be afraid to talk. We are all educators. This is our obligation to encourage you and give advice so you can continue your research. I think that's all I have. Oh, one more thing. Yesterday I received some feedback from the survey. Not a lot, but thank you for those who did the survey. One thing we heard was that the presenters were going over time, so Harold is taking care of that today. We'll stay on time, and today you will get another chance to do a final review, final feedback through our survey. I encourage all of you to do that survey end of the day. I'll remind you end of the day, because I need that data to go back to our funding agencies to get more funding if you want to continue this type of work. If you don't give your feedback, we cannot go ask for any funding, especially the positive feedback. Of course, we wanted to hear any improvements that needs to be done, but usually we don't get any positive feedback on surveys. So write things that you got out of this summit. So that's all. I will turn it over to our MCs to begin the program for today.
Well, thank you very much for being on time. In fact, beyond on time, shall I say? At this time, I would like to welcome the U.S. Embassy representative, Mr. Jake Thomases. If you would like to come forward, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Kusali for inviting me to speak on behalf of the U.S. Embassy at this summit. I recognize that people did go a bit over time yesterday, and that we often ended up not having time for questions, which I thought was kind of the best part. Often yesterday was the back and forth in the Q&A, so I went home last night and cut parts of my remarks. You'll be happy to know. But as she pointed out, a lot of our Sri Lankan friends are not here yet, and part of my remarks is directed at them, so we'll see how this goes. Anyway, so I began my tour in Sri Lanka for the US Embassy in July of 2025. Graphite was actually the very first topic that I encountered here. I am not a mining specialist or a graphite specialist. This is one of only several issues that I cover, but graphite was the very first issue that came up. Within a few days of my arrival, people at the embassy were already asking me what I knew about Sri Lanka's unique brand of graphite. They would say, is it true that Sri Lanka has the highest purity graphite that exists? Is it true that this graphite isn't found anywhere else in the world? Why aren't US companies signing more offtake agreements here? How can we alert everyone back home to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? And indeed, I found the story of Sri Lankan graphite is a powerful one. It can be intriguing to those who only get the surface level information. But as I did the research and as I met with lots and lots of contacts, both here and in the United States, I learned that the reality is more complicated than the story. Over the past several months, our embassy team toured all 3 of Sri Lanka's active commercial mines and even got a chance to see non-commercial sites. We've met with government officials, geologists, private sector executives, miners, and prospective miners, a lot of the people that are in this room. These conversations have been illuminating, and I'm grateful for the openness we've encountered from these contacts. Let me share some of what we've observed. Sri Lanka possesses the world's only commercial source of vein graphite with naturally high purity and a superior crystalline structure that cannot be replicated elsewhere. At the same time, graphite production in Sri Lanka has declined significantly over the decades. Estimates vary, but by some accounts, the 3,000 approximately tons that the country produces today is about 1/10 of what it was at the industry's peak. Sri Lanka, once a world leader, now ranks 12th globally. By comparison, China produces, I think, approximately 400 times more graphite than Sri Lanka does currently. So we have to acknowledge the paradox that a country which has the world's only supply of a high-quality material simply doesn't sell that much of that material. Why is that? I believe there are 3 primary reasons. The first is the cost structure. Vein graphite is more expensive to extract than flake graphite. At current price levels, it is simply not competitive with flake for most applications, especially when China can leverage its market dominance to manipulate global prices. The second reason is market demand. Current applications for vein graphite, like aerospace and high-end lubricants, support a global market of approximately 10 to 15,000 tons annually. This is the figure that I've been given. Most other graphite applications, including most battery makers, are content to use lower quality, lower price graphite. The third reason is quantification. Some potential investors have told us they need reliable data on reserve sizes before committing capital. Yet comprehensive geological surveys here are rare. This creates a challenging dynamic. Investors want certainty before funding, but surveys require funding to produce that certainty. It is clear by now that simply emphasizing the quality of vein graphite is not a viable strategy for growing the Sri Lankan graphite industry. Savvy investors see through that approach. Frankly, they have a right to be skeptical. Sri Lanka has a history of speculators buying up exploration licenses and using them to raise capital in foreign markets with no intention of ever developing their mine sites. Sri Lanka's mining regulator told me they could scarcely remember a single company that successfully converted a graphite exploration license into a functioning mining operation. If left unaddressed, these challenges will continue to limit the country's role in the global graphite market. Therefore, I encourage interested parties to pursue applications research. If vein graphite's future depends on discovering new high-value uses, such as, potentially, quantum computer chips, advanced batteries, or next-generation aerospace materials, then systematic research is essential. This can involve partnerships between universities in our 2 countries, or between universities and industry in either country. It could involve government research grants or collaboration with research institutions, such as Slintech in Sri Lanka or National Lab of the Rockies in the United States. It would behoove the government of Sri Lanka to fund some of this research as a catalyst for its graphite industry. I'm sure our hosts at the University of Peradeniya would love to dedicate some of its researchers to that cause if given additional resources by the government. Another suggestion is to obtain better data about existing deposits as a means of attracting interest from investors. I recognize that comprehensive geological surveys require a significant investment. However, this is foundational work that de-risks investment for everyone downstream. Consider whether government support, industry consortiums, or development finance institutions could fund this critical step. On the cost issue, industry should consider how they can introduce new technology and techniques to bring down local extraction costs. While labor costs here are low, energy costs are comparatively high. Mines can consider dedicated renewable energy sources that might improve cost and reliability of power. While vein graphite will likely always cost more to extract than its cousin flake, there are opportunities to improve margins. Graphite is one of 60 minerals designated as critical by the U.S. Geological Survey. The United States has a strategic interest in diversifying its critical mineral supply chains. China currently controls about 80% of the world's graphite supply. We know from past experience that China is not afraid to use export controls to achieve political goals or trade leverage, and they're not afraid to manipulate prices to put competitors out of business to maintain their global stranglehold. The United States government is looking for partners that can form alternative supply chains that are secure and reliable. It would be wonderful if Sri Lanka, with its tremendous graphite asset, could be a part of this network. So to the Sri Lankan government officials in this room or listening online, your policies can support this industry's evolution through research funding, geological surveys of promising sites, energy cost reforms, or licensing requirements that encourage serious development rather than speculation. To Sri Lanka's mining industry, I encourage you to present your opportunities with both confidence and candor. To American investors, I hope you will look carefully at those opportunities. The question before us at this summit is how to translate Sri Lanka's strategic asset into a thriving, sustainable industry that attracts long-term investment and creates shared prosperity. This requires moving beyond promotional narratives to substantive action. It requires acknowledging challenges and taking concrete steps to mitigate them. It requires creating conditions that will attract capital and expertise from the United States. A few months ago, Asbury Carbons from the United States announced it would buy Bogala Mine. That deal is still pending regulatory approval. I hope we get good news soon. I also hope that there are US bidders for the Karnataka expression of interest, which is out now. That will largely depend on the Ministry of Industry setting the right conditions for those bidders. The U.S. Embassy advocated strongly for this summit to happen. The U.S. government showed its commitment through a National Science Foundation grant, and the U.S. Sri Lanka Fulbright Commission has been working hard to make it a success. This is the best opportunity to bring together so many relevant stakeholders in one place. It is critical that the scientists hear from the miners hear from the investors hear from the government. It will allow us all to better understand the real opportunities that exist and not just the hype. I'm grateful to everyone who made the journey to be here today, particularly those who came all the way from the United States. Thanks to everyone. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to productive discussions today.
I think we should all thank Jake for his clear statement. Thank you very much. We appreciate this. If there are any questions from the audience, we do have time.
Just to thank you, Jake. It was a very interesting talk. And just to correct myself, you mentioned, as I heard, that the United States had declared the graphite as the only critical mineral. Was it that?
No, there are 60 critical minerals. Graphite is one of the 60.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Are there any other questions? Any online questions?
I should have gone longer. Hang on, let me say all the parts I could have.
You do have another few minutes if you would like to say something.
No, they're all out of order now. It's fine. I'll just give you your time back. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to invite Priscilla Nelson to come up for our next talk. And this is a keynote on the state of mining in the U.S., opportunities for collaboration.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Priscilla Nelson, and I'm from the Colorado School of Mines. How many of you have heard of the Colorado School of Mines? I know, internationally. I am not a mining engineer, although I have been chair of the Department of Mining Engineering. My training is in underground construction, rock mechanics, and geology. But when I was asked to become involved in this project, this summit, I said, I don't know very much about graphite, so I'm going to try to figure out some things about graphite. And this talk is my status of how I'm thinking right now. So I invite you to explore this journey of what I think needs to be done right now to move forward on this. And we could start off right to begin with is that I don't like this title. So I'm ignoring this title and I'm going to give a different talk that's not that title, right? I want to connect two things that don't always get discussed very clearly. The state of mining systems and what it actually takes to build something that works at scale. How do we do that? And I'll ground that in the very specific case of vein graphite in Sri Lanka, although most of the comments can extend to other commodities as well. It forces us to confront the system problem directly, though, and that's the context that I'm using. So, what I will talk about is vein graphite in Sri Lanka, from geological rarity to an integrated system design. And so we're not just talking about a resource, we're talking about a progression, considering what nature gives you and what you have to build around it in order to make it a commodity that can be used. That distinction between what nature gives you and what you do turns out to be everything in the process. Now, I will say one thing. I've got 10 things that I will march through that you can see here, going from the geology and wrapping it up at the end with trying to get a coherent roadmap towards the future. I have been working on a number of figures for this talk. Anyone can have access to the figures. I wish you would take a look at them. Some of them are fairly complex. I can't spend a lot of time, and I won't spend a lot of time on discussing them, but I invite you to do so and to send me your comments, because I want to get a graphic illustration that people can understand what it is that's being proposed. So I will move through this in a deliberate sequence. We'll start with what the geology actually looks like, and then we'll move on to what it means for mining, and quickly move on into processing, system architecture, and ultimately value and implementation. So the flow is intentional. Geology, considering the constraints on the development, the system that's required, and the extraction of value from this chain that we're looking at. So, why graphite? Well, graphite has quietly become one of the most strategically important materials in the system. It's used for batteries, defense applications, advanced manufacturing, and new applications that are being found. Demand is rising quickly, but that's not the interesting part for me. What's changing is this. We're moving from a commodity supply to engineered materials systems. So graphite is no longer something that you just mine and sell. It has to meet specifications, it has to meet performance requirements, traceability expectations increasingly, and that shift drives everything that follows. Okay. So Sri Lanka sits in a very unusual position. It has extremely high purity graphite, 95 to 99% carbon, which on paper is exceptional. But at the same time, the veins are narrow, discontinuous, and structurally controlled. So you have this combination of very high quality material and a very constrained geometry. And those two things do not naturally scale together. So this slide, if I can get it go, this slide captures this central tension. The statement is simple. Sri Lanka's advantage is purity, but the scale must be engineered in order to scale it up. If you look at this figure, what's really showing is this mismatch. On one side, we have the exceptional material quality, and on the other side, we have the limited physical continuity. So the key insight is here. The geology does not give you scale, which means scale has to come from the system design, not from the resource itself. Different kind of mining. So now we can state the problem more clearly. Across the system, you see fragmented operations, variability in grade and geometry, limited integration of operations. But none of these are the root issue. The slide says it directly. This is not a resource problem. It's not even a technology problem. It's a system problem. And that's the frame for the rest of this talk. So now we can talk about geology for a moment. To understand why the system behaves in this way, we need to look briefly at the formation. And what you're seeing here is fluid moving through rock along structural pathways, fractures and shear zones and graphite forms where those conditions line up. So instead of a continuous ore body, you get localized deposition, structurally controlled zones, and that leads to the key point on this slide, the uncertainty, which is a key word here. The uncertainty is geometric, not just volumetric. And it's about where the things are, not how much is where. And this is a fluid-driven precipitation. Graphite's carried by CO2-rich fluids, maybe with methane in it, and then precipitates when conditions allow. I even think, although we didn't hear very much about this yesterday, that the possibility of carbonatite deposition is something that's very interesting to me, and I think may play a role in this, where you have really deep, not super hot fluids rising from deep in the mantle and bringing the carbon up. So what you see in the figure is movement, reaction, and then very localized formation, which explains something important. The same process that gives you high purity also gives you discontinuity. So purity and continuity are not aligned, they're actually in tension. And this slide sort of brings it together as something that is actually a coupled fluid structure system. It's not just fluid driven, it's also structure driven, and it's the interaction of both. So we have fluid evolution, structure traps. The interaction between those is what localizes the deposit. And the implication, and this is the important part, the implication is that the geometry is inherently discontinuous. And once that is true, everything downstream, exploration, mining, processing, system design, has to adapt to that condition. That is a constraint on the system. So we can think about the exploration challenge underneath those circumstances. If the geometry is inherently discontinuous, then exploration becomes a very different problem. What you're seeing here is not a clean ore body. We are, okay. What you're seeing here is not a clean ore body. It is scattered intersections, limited continuity, complex structural relationships. So we're not mapping ore bodies, we're mapping networks. And this is a much harder problem because connectivity matters more than volume. So how do we deal with that? This slide is important because it sets expectations fairly correctly. Exploration is learning. We reduce uncertainty, but we do not eliminate it. What the figure shows is a targeted effort, underground fan drilling, geophysics like ERT. These are not about finding everything. They're about improving confidence in your understanding of the structure and the continuity. So already you see the shift. We're managing the uncertainty, we're not removing it. So this is the first real constraint in this overall system. And it's worth stating very clearly, geologic uncertainty is not a temporary problem. It's a persistent condition for this system. You can see it in the unknown connectivity, in the variable continuity, in unclear extent of reaction halos, and the key point on this slide is that uncertainty propagates forward. So the consequence is fundamental. You cannot define a clean ore body. You cannot scale conventionally. You cannot rely on bulk extraction. So the conclusion is exactly right. The design has to adapt to the geology, not the other way around. Section 3. Now, this is where we start to challenge some of the assumptions. If we define the resource only as narrow, high-grade veins, then the system behaves exactly the way we've seen. You end up with fragmented operations, limited scalability, extreme selectivity requirements. So the issue becomes not just geology. It's about how we are choosing to define the resource. And the suggestion here is we may be under-defining the system we actually have. So what happens if we change that definition of resource? Instead of thinking only in terms of veins, we consider a broader system of veins, halos, host rock. And this relationship on this slide is critical. We track geology to mining method, to processing, to market. And the way we characterize the ore that we're after changes each one of those downstream steps. So this is not a sequence, it's a coupled system that you have to think about all the way through. And once you see it that way, the design space opens up. So if you expand the resource definition, everything shifts. The resource becomes more continuous, but lower grade. Mining changes from ultra-selective to something more hybrid. And the most important shift, processing moves to the center of the system. Because now value is not determined at extraction, it's determined downstream. This is where the opportunity becomes visible. If you think in systems terms, you can now aggregate across multiple mines, create consistent feedstock, recover value from material that was previously ignored. So the opportunity is no longer constrained by a single vein. But, and this matters, it only works if the system is designed for it. So, this is the decision point. What resource are we developing? Is it a set of discrete high-grade veins or a broader graphite-bearing system? Because those two choices lead to completely different outcomes in terms of mining methods, processing systems, and markets themselves. This is not a technical detail. This is a defining strategic choice for how we go about this. Once you step into mining, the problem becomes very concrete. The geometry we've been discussing shows up as very thin veins, irregular shapes, structural complexity. So mining becomes a problem of selectivity and precision, not throughput. Not scale in the conventional sense, but how accurately you can separate value from waste. This slide is one of the most important, I think, in the talk. What you see here is a nonlinear relationship. As vein thickness decreases, dilution typically increases very dramatically. At small thickness, you're mining mostly waste. At larger thickness, the dilution improves, but it's a slow improvement. So this is not just a cost issue, and the slide says it clearly. Dilution is not a cost, it is a loss of value. Because once waste enters the system, it affects recovery, processing efficiency, and product quality. And you don't get that value back. So, if dilution destroys value, then controlling dilution becomes the first real lever we have. This slide makes that explicit. Small increases in dilution have large downstream effects, not just in mining, but in recovery, processing efficiency, and product quality. So this is the key shift in thinking. Every ton of waste mined is not just cost, it is value that cannot be recovered later. So what do you do about that? You move towards precision. What the figure is showing is a change in how mining is approached, where we have integrated sensing, mapping, controlled excavation. This is not traditional bulk mining. It's closer to targeted extraction under uncertainty. And the key idea on this slide, mining becomes a sensing and control problem, not just an excavation problem. Now, once you start to think this way, you also start to see value differently. This figure is showing multiple waste streams of waste and fines and lower grade material. And the point is simple. Value does not stop at primary extraction. Material that would be traditionally could be discarded could be reprocessed, could be blended, could be redirected. So the system begins to expand beyond the mine itself, downstream into processing. And this is one of the most important connections in this talk for me. Mining defines the feed to the entire system. And what you see here is propagation of grade variability, dilution levels, particle size, and ultimately downstream processing complexity. The key idea is small upstream decisions create large downstream consequences. And that means mining is not just extraction, it's the first control point in the value chain. So now we can zoom out. Up to this point, we've been looking at little pieces. This slide contrasts two fundamentally different systems. To one side, we have fragmented operations and isolated decisions, and on the other side, we have integrated and coordinated system. All right. Fragmentation limits scale, and integration enables it. So if we think about an integrated system and what does it really look like? This is the full value chain. We go from the geology, mining, processing, and market. And the key shift is this, that value is not created at a single point. It's created across all of the connections. So the central challenge becomes integration. And if you look at the system from a material flow perspective, you start with a highly variable feed coming in and move through stages of transformation, upgrading, and control until you reach consistent products. So the key idea, the system must convert variability into consistency. That's the core function of the entire chain. This slide makes that idea very tangible. You have multiple inputs, different mines, variable material, and through blending, process control, and specification, you can produce a limited number of standardized outputs. So this is the mechanism for scale. Standardization enables market access. Without it, you cannot reliably supply downstream users. So this slide draws a very important conclusion. Mining creates variability, markets demand consistency. So something has to sit in the middle to manage that gap, and that is processing. Processing must absorb variability, enable blending, deliver defined products so that the key idea becomes processing converts geological uncertainty into market reliability. That's what you're after. And this slide pulls together some of the system together structurally. We're looking at a distributed network. Sorry about things not being geographically located quite right. I have to fine-tune things. But you're looking at a distributed network connected through a centralized control, involving multiple mines, centralized processing, coordinated logistics, market interfaces. So the system is not large because any one part is large. It works because it is coordinated, and that coordination is what enables scale, consistency, and reliability. So, the next question is exactly how does this architecture scale? Not by building one large operation, but by coordinating many smaller ones. So we have multiple mines, shared infrastructure, centralized processing. So the shift here is subtle but important. Scale comes from coordination, not size. And that's a very different way to think about development. Once you see the system that way, you'll also change how it behaves. Instead of being dependent on one operation, you now have flexibility, redundancy, and multiple supply pathways. So resilience does not come from making something bigger. It comes from how the system is structured. And that structure allows it to adjust, absorb variability, and continue operating under uncertainty. And now you can take one more step and say a system like this shouldn't just operate, it should learn, because information is constantly being generated about the geology, about the mining operations, from processing, and from the markets themselves. And the value comes from connecting those signals that are happening upstream and downstream and feeding information back into decisions. So over time, the system improves, not by design alone, but by experience. So this slide helps make sense of that complexity. And I want to hit again on the idea of uncertainty. Each part of the system is dominated by a different kind of uncertainty. In exploration, maybe we consider it to be primarily geometric uncertainty. In mining, we have dilution or ore grade uncertainty. Processing, we have to concern ourselves with recovery. Market specification becomes an uncertainty. So the key insight is uncertainty does not disappear. It changes form as the material moves through the system. The goal is not the elimination of uncertainty, it's management across domains. That's the goal. So this leads to a critical conclusion. We often try to optimize individual parts. We're engineers in many cases. We optimize mining, we optimize processing, we optimize logistics. But in a system like this, that approach breaks down because decisions that made at any one focus of uncertainty propagate, and trade-offs are always unavoidable and sometimes surprising. So the right framing is, this is not a process optimization problem, it's a system design problem. And that's fundamentally a different mindset. So we can think about circularity and some of its aspects. Once you adopt this systems perspective mindset, you start seeing opportunities different. What the figure is showing is material that traditionally leaves the system in the form of tailings fines, waste streams, dust, other byproduct materials can be brought back in. And instead of waste being an endpoint, then it becomes a secondary input. And this leads to a simple but powerful idea. Waste streams are simply unrealized value streams. And this is what is driving a lot of the thinking right now in terms of overall mine management. The same thing applies directly to tailings. Instead of treating tailings as something to store in a tailings dam or impoundment, we can treat them as part of the system design as filtered tailings, for example, or as underground backfill, has been proposed here by Margosa. And what changes each decision you make are the storage requirements, the stability of that material long-term, the recovery potential, and the likelihood of actually having a successful mine closure and operations. So the key shift is tailings are not an afterthought, they are a design decision and should be thought very carefully early in the design operation. And similarly, we've got water as a dominant control variable. But this cuts across the entire system. It influences transport, it influences processing efficiency, tailings behavior, environmental risk. So water is not just a constraint, it's a control variable. And managing it well determines performance, stability, and risk simultaneously. And it has to be thought of that way. So this leads to a broader point about environmental performance. Fragmented systems tend to produce dispersed impacts, inconsistent controls, and higher risk. Sometimes that risk is not realized until it's actually experienced. Integrated systems allow centralized control and sensing, better monitoring, reduced footprint. So the overall conclusion that's important is that environmental performance is not achieved through compliance alone. It's achieved, again, through the system design. And that has to be considered as you're designing the system. And all of this fits together in the concept of the value ladder. as material moves through the system, as shown in the figure on the right, moves from raw ore to upgraded products to application-specific materials. As you move up the ladder, the value increases. But so do specification requirements, performance expectations. So the key idea is, value is not created at extraction, it's created through these transformations and meeting specifications up the value stream. Up to this point, I've been describing the system. Now let's look at it through the lens of value. What this figure shows is that value is not concentrated in one place. It's distributed upstream in the resource, midstream in processing, downstream in products and markets. So the key idea is no single stage captures value on its own. This means the system has to be designed as a whole if you want to capture all the value. So within that system, some leverage points matter more than others. You can see where the leverage sits. It sits in processing architecture, product specification, alignment with end users. These are not the most visible parts of the system, but they are where the control resides. So the key statement is control of specification determines value capture, not just production. And this leads to a practical constraint. You don't access markets because you have material. You access markets because you have capability. And by capability, I mean consistency, reliability, and traceability. Especially for higher value applications, quantification takes time and performance must be proven. So the message is straightforward. Strategy only works if the system can deliver it. And now to an important point. The system I've been describing here doesn't fully exist yet. There are still gaps. Some are technical, some are operational, some are integration related. So this drive is not just about implementation, it's actually a research problem, which means we have to invoke research to identify new methods, new data, and new ways of connecting this system. And this is going to be required in order to be able to implement an integrated system. So this slide starts to organize some of that work. Different parts of the system require different advances, and they cannot be done individually like and one-off and check-off because they interdepend on each other. And it has to be done in an overall thinking process. So different parts of the system require different advances. Geology and characterization, I've put some of the points there. Mining systems themselves, decisions being made about that affect everything, processing, and system integration. So each one of these really addresses different uncertainties, and none of them on their own is sufficient. Progress depends on how they all come together and how they stay in communication. And that brings us to people. Because in fact, workforce needs are going to be significant in the implementation of any kind of a system like this. A system just doesn't need more expertise, it needs different expertise. It needs people who can integrate across domains, people who are comfortable with variability and uncertainty, and people who have the vision to be able to handle decision-making across the system. So the workforce is not supporting the system. It is shaping how the system actually works and how it learns. And the traditional skill sets are also needing to be expanded from underground mining, geologic understanding. We need people who are process engineers. We need people who are ready to do data integration, quality control, and system level thinking. So the key capability here becomes connecting across disciplines, not operating within them. So we need people who can see across disciplines. The role of institutions becomes clear in this process. Because systems like this don't stabilize on their own. They require continuity, knowledge development, and long-term capability, sustained capability. Local universities in particular are critical to provide training and research and independent technical grounding. So this is not peripheral. Institutional capacity determines whether the system is sustainable and will endure. So we can think up a collaboration model that might work in the context of the US and Sri Lanka summit. And naturally, I think we can see opportunities for collaboration. It's not a one-way transfer. We're creating a network of shared research, joint project development, exchange of people and ideas, and the framing of this collaboration really matters. This is not aimed to be a technology transfer. This is co-development of the system. And the implementation roadmap, therefore, is a little bit complicated. You can't see it, read it now. Please get the slides and have a look at it and provide input. So how do we actually move forward? Well, I think we do it through phases. And I think the first phase is pilot scale mining, involving mining, pilot scale work involving mining and processing. Thinking about system integration and multi-mine coordination, what are those opportunities, which inherently involve a lot of logistics? And then the capacity for product qualification and market expansion is pretty clear. Market expansion and market selectivity. The key point is this cannot be rushed. Scaling requires learning, adjustment, and iteration. So development has to be deliberate with malice aforethought, as one of our presidents once said. So immediate priorities in my mind, in the near term, a few things matter most. Define the systems, not just the projects. Keep with the system that you're defining. That's what needs to happen. Establish pilot connections between mining and processing, right? And make that be very rich and full. Build a centralized capacity and deal with the logistics issues, and initiate data and research system. Data is incredibly important in this case. We need to understand the resource much better. We need all of these things early because these early decisions will define the trajectory of what our system's going to look like. They are very difficult decisions to change later. So, final thought, stepping back. Sri Lanka has something very unusual, a globally unique graphite resource. But the opportunity is not simply to extract it, it's to build a system around it. And success depends on integration, coordination, sustained capability. So this is our moment to figure out what to do next. What you see is a full progression from resource, system, to the creation of value. The idea is very simple. The future is not defined by the resource, it's defined by the system around it. If development remains fragmented, we will underperform. If we design for integration, we will unlock the full value of what's already there. It's my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Priscilla. We have plenty of time for questions, so if you would, please.
Yeah. Can you hear me on this? I'm wondering how the finances work on this. If you have multiple operators working on the mines and a central processing facility, who owns that? Who controls? What ultimate products that processing is done for?
So that's not me. We can ask that question of someone else. I have written a white paper on the finances, but I think it's completely impertinent because I am not a finance person. I think there's many options, but it's clear to me the role of the government of Sri Lanka is mandatory. It has to play a role in this. And if it does not play a coherent role, it's not going to happen. So I think it has to play a role. It has to play an early, patient, defining role that is very clear to all investors about what they're doing. We can get there, but it's not going to happen in 2 years. I mean, I think maybe 10 years we'll see if we can get this whole thing going. So if you're expecting a miracle in 2 years, not going to happen, right?
Thank you very much for a very excellent lecture. Actually, one of the best lectures I have ever listened to. So this is really interesting because we are talking about networking, because we work here in Sri Lanka, kind of isolation, and you work there in US and many other countries, they do research in isolation. So your lecture sort of tells us to get together and make teams, coordinate, and so in doing so, what is your opinion on coordinating with not only the government sector? We have a lot of graphite industries in Sri Lanka, so we had collectively the universities, research centers, and graphite industries in Sri Lanka and US. Collectively, we can bring together and have a big network. So, what is your idea on that?
So I love the mining industry, all right? I love the whole prospect of the responsibility for sustainable material development. The mining industry, however, doesn't necessarily invite change very often. And to find the leadership, the voice of mining companies that will take some responsibility and be a partner of government in moving forward is very difficult. You're lucky here, you've got Margosa, all right? Now, you've heard Margosa make its talk. They're passionate. They have done an awful lot of work. The voice of John and Hamish and the others is extremely important, and that's what a lot of the other industry will listen to. They'll see that product in 3 years and say, okay, this is real. We have problems in the United States engaging industry in a useful way for things like this. So I don't think that the United States necessarily has the way to do it, right? But persistence is required. These are long conversations. You roll up your sleeves and you keep your sense of humor and you keep working at it. That's about the only thing I can do. But we heard from some regulators yesterday. Let me just say one thing. My experience has been in most countries, and I've been all around the world in the mining industry, some of the people that are the least informed about what is going on in the mines and the decisions needing to be made by the mines are the regulators. The regulators are the ones that say what you can or cannot do, what is enough, which is sometimes a very important thing. But if the regulators are not trained, if they're not aware of what new technology is coming in, what kind of a system are you trying to build, what is it that you're doing, you don't have a good partner. We need good regulatory partners.
Great.
And we need governmental partners, we need industry that realizes that it's a part of this. So let me ask you, because you're from Sri Lanka, that listening to the regulator yesterday, and I asked someone else afterwards, who owns the ore in Sri Lanka? Because in China, the government owns everything in the subsurface.
Yeah, here of course, we have state sector as well as private sector mines. So that's the thing.
See, this is fundamentally different because in the United States we have what's called fee simple ownership.
Yeah.
So if you own an acre of land on the surface, you own everything down to the center of the earth, right underneath that.
Now, Sri Lanka also the same. The mineral itself belongs to the government,
Yeah,
even
see?
though it's on your backyard.
So some of my natural instincts will not be appropriate in this environment because in the United States we have to deal with that, the fact that the individual own everything unless the minerals rights have been separated. So it's very different in the two cases.
Whereas in Sri Lanka, of course, we collaborate with several graphite industry. Not only graphite, there are many other industries. So we work quite closely and collaboratively with them. So we are very friendly with them. So that's not that bad in Sri Lankan situation.
Well, what to me, it's like you could talk about incremental change, but if what you're really after is what I'm talking about, you have to have the whole picture laid out so that people can understand why they should get on board, why they should support this. And you could do a risk analysis of putting this whole thing together. And I think it could be really de-risked. You could make this be something that is highly likely to be able to implement and put into place if you give enough time and you have enough resources.
Great.
I mean, I think it's very exciting. But this is what Priscilla thinks.
Can I ask? Can I ask?
Do we have any more questions?
Can I ask one question? Yeah, the excellent talk, by the way, and certain parts I will definitely catch you after this and talk to you. Now, you talked about an integrated system. Now we are in the age of machine learning and AI. What do you think, what is your idea about using these two in this?
Okay. I think it's very exciting, but you have to have data. You have to have trusted data, you have to have trusted information. And that idea of learning from what you're doing and continuous improvement is part and parcel with AI and machine learning, all right? So I think that Sri Lanka has to do its own homework, all right? I mean, Margosa came in and did homework for you and gave a resource estimate, right? They did your homework for you. Sri Lanka needs to do its homework. But it will be there, and it will be used.
Other questions?
In your talk, yeah, thank you very much for that. And there were several important keywords. Out of that, I think the most important keyword was the sustainable mining, sustainability. So I saw that you had planned your model to not just for 5 years, but for 20 years, maybe 30 years.
Yeah.
That's the sustainable mining, so which is necessary for Sri Lanka. Yeah. And just one comment regarding this dilution of veins. That is, I think in that model, you may need to reconsider it and probably eliminate, because it is not the case for graphite veins. We have mining 6 meter thick veins, and now it has become like, we cannot see that wide veins now, but up to 1 meter is available, and average like 40 to 50 centimeter now. But whatever the thickness of the vein, what we have observed was the quality does not change. Rather, the middle of the vein has the highest grade carbon.
I mean, as you'd expect the middle of the vein to be the highest purity and everything else, but I don't think we've made enough observations to have certainty about what's there and what's not. I think we have to make some fundamental observations as we go and learn, because there are halos down there. There is interaction. I do not know if it's spatially variable. I don't know if it's associated with some kinds of imperfections or contamination that might be present in some of these. I don't know. This is a good 5 years discovery before you start developing theories, hypotheses about what's controlling all of this, given data, and then you're ready to make decisions about how to mine the system. I mean, right today, I don't think we know how to actually set the whole system up from the mining perspective. We have homework to do. We have observations to do, right? But that's an important part. We can do the rest of the downstream integration and coordination and logistics, right? Because that's more of an engineering function. But making that whole system work depends really on a better understanding of the ore body itself. And that's what we need in the next 5 years. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, surprisingly, we're slightly ahead of time. And in order to remain on schedule, we're going to take a brief break, but we will start promptly in 10 minutes at 10 minutes after the hour.
We now move to session 2A, Mining and Value Addition, where we explore how graphite resources are transformed into economic and industrial value. Our first speaker is Professor Sarah Jones, presenting From Resources to Revenue, aligning graphite production with market demand.
Wonderful. Welcome, everyone, and thank you guys so much for a wonderful day yesterday. We've learned a whole lot through all of the different discussions, and just wanted to give Kasali and everyone a great thank you for putting everything together. Today, I really want to focus in on going beyond the thought of just 99%. We have a beautiful graphite here. It's very unique, it's very high grade, but at the end of the day, you need something to hit a market, and we need it to be saleable in the marketplace. All right. From all of the discussions and what I've kind of gathered over our time here, I think a lot of what's being focused on in Sri Lanka is the grade itself. And if we only focus on the super high purity, as Priscilla mentioned, we've got really low tonnage able to partake in that particular sale. If we're only focused on that small section, how much of the resource are we actually missing out on being able to process and value as well? So, my background has not always been in academia. I'm a mining engineer by trade, and I've spent 10 years with Newmont. I was in mining engineering, I did mineral processing, and I ended up in sales. And the reason I ended up in sales was because I could see what the geology was going to give the mine, how are we going to mine it, how are we going to process it, and how are we going to make money, and being able to tie it full value chain across. So what I did was when I start paying attention, the property I was working at was a complex copper, gold, silver deposit. It had one product with a really wide range variability, and it was really difficult to sell into the marketplace because of the deleterious elements and other minerals contained in the product. So what I did is I said, okay, geologically speaking, I have one pit that's focused on gold, and I have one pit that's focused on copper. So instead of trying to blend them constantly to make one crap product, we're gonna separate them. We're gonna start batching. So now I have a gold concentrate that we've never had before, and I can take that to a market with a totally new set of buyers, right? And then I had a copper concentrate that now had better grade, less impurities, and I could take that to a totally separate market. And then I have my really bad actors, all of my bismuth, all of my cadmium. I can get that onto a smaller volume and make significantly more money because it's not distributed across all of my product. Make sense? You guys have a slightly different problem, but it's similar. You're viewing yourselves as having a single product, and you don't. What if we start considering your middlings product, something less than 99%? What markets can we hit in that regard? What if we floated part of your product to make sure your product is completely consistent across the board? Then you have access to different markets. The concept of trying to create a market to match your product as opposed to finding the market that you can match with your product, it's flipped. You got to think about what is the market, what are you trying to drive into? Now, okay, let's take a step back. How do I process it? How do I mine it? How do I get to that level? If you can get to a spot where you have multiple contracts, multiple specialized products, now you've created more value. Now you're bringing in significantly more revenue into Sri Lanka and into the mining itself. Does that make sense? We're driving a little bit. Okay, from what I've understood, we're considering the highest, purest section of the vein as our graphite ore, and anything on the peripheral, once it drops below a certain level, we're gonna waste it. My proposal is, why aren't we researching what else is in your vein? So, fun, exciting part. After listening to all of our wonderful geologists yesterday, one thing that kept coming up is that you have a fluid deposit. One of the early presenters yesterday showed us a picture of your graphite ore next to quartz. And you had a beautiful pyrite vein right next to it. My question is, have we been so focused in on the graphite itself that we're missing other products altogether? I'm not saying you could have a co-product. So a co-product is, I'm gonna mine my direction towards that, okay? So at my copper gold mine, my main product is gold. My co-product was copper. I would mine copper specifically for that value, right? but silver was my byproduct. Byproducts are, I'm not going to change my mining direction to go after it. It's a product that I would have thrown away otherwise. So now I'm just going to process it, okay? If we consider what else is associated with graphite, a quick Google search would indicate rare earth elements are associated in the deposits, not necessarily contained inside your graphite, but along next to it. So my question as we go into these mines tomorrow is have our geologist friends start taking a look at not just your specific graphite vein, what's associated on the sidewalls? What's a product that you could take out that you've already going to mine because you're going to mine the graphite vein? What else can we bring out with it? If we're going to go through and we're going to go ahead and float graphite, can we tack on a secondary flotation to float rare earth minerals? In terms of financing, now you've added an entirely new market to your graphite. Okay? You're going to have totally different investors wanting to come in and expedite your resource because of the rare earth elements that you have contained in there. I don't know if you all caught it yesterday when Nate Jones was speaking. The excitement of having access to research funding, mining funding, processing funding through the US government specifically for critical minerals. Graphite alone is not a high enough priority. If you tack on rare earth elements, you jump the priority of the list, you start accessing more funding. So from an academic side, where we can step in and help, we're going to skip that. Everyone else has talked about it. You guys are good. We want to focus on what markets do you hit based on the geology that you have. How do we tie in that processing to match the market demand? And then we go, okay, how can I align my mine plan to this particular market? One of the areas of research that we can look at is if you're doing traditional drill and blast, cut and fill mining, when you do your cut, you're mining more than just the vein itself. So when you drill it and you blast it, now you're mixing your ore with your waste and you're having to segregate out by hand. You're also diluting it because of your explosives in your graphite. What if we started investigating water jet mining, where I can get super selective, I can mine the highest grade center portion of that vein, we can get the middlings on the outside, and then if I need to, we can do drill and blast to finish excavating the area before advancing. There's a lot of different mining technologies out there. You could also consider continuous miner, where you're selectively mining the specific vein, pull all that ore out, and then advance and mine the rest to continue your access. We really want to look at how can we process that. I think Igor is an excellent resource in terms of trying to figure out what should we be doing and what should we be investigating. I think one of the first resource steps that I would look at would be flotation. And once you start getting into pyrometallurgy, you're talking significantly energy demand. From what I've seen from Sri Lanka, that wouldn't be our best suit. If we needed something with super high energy demand, Igor would probably be better suited to accept that ore and process it on their behalf. In terms of echoing Priscilla, in terms of trying to figure out the system and how the mines can coexist, if you will, one of the questions was how to finance a central processing plant. The answer is really simple. One of your mines is going to do it. Once your mine creates their flotation plant and has that capability, you set up tolling arrangements with the new mines as they come online. Hopefully your first flotation plant will be slightly oversized. Then you can accept on tolling arrangements. For those tolling arrangements, you take the graphite back, you can market it yourself, or you can sell it outright to the other miner and they will market it and do those arrangements. In terms of contracts, there's a lot of different ways of how all of it can come together. But I really encourage us to really think outside of the box and not specifically just graphite itself. what are some other byproducts that we might be taking out and missing in general that can create significant revenue and different access to financing in general. So that was my speech. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Extremely interesting. Of course, I agree fully with you because what we are focusing on is taking the major product, but the minor ones are much more valuable. Like rares are much more valuable than graphite or any other thing. So we should actually focus on harnessing everything. So actually, I put a proposal to our government. We have appetite in Nepal. So what they are trying to do is to make a phosphate fertilizer only, but 50% is iron phosphate, not hydroxyapatite. So we can easily make electrolyte for lithium-ion batteries, sodium-ion batteries that has iron phosphate. Not only that, I mean, Professor Vittal has published, there's reasonable amount of rares, very important ones. So the value of rares, although the abundance is low, the value is much higher than that fertilizer. So your point is very well taken. I think we should all concentrate on that direction. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I've definitely had times when our byproducts actually outvalued our primary product because of metal pricing. And I thought it was wonderful that Nate Jones mentioned that the US government and that ring fencing concept to be able to protect the price. Because particularly for rare earths, China dominates that market because it's a byproduct for them for their iron ore. They're going to mine it and process it anyway, so they might as well send it through a secondary process. So the only thing that their cost is that additional step of flotation to pull out the rare earths. So they can flood the market at any time. With that ring fence and price protection from the US, particularly for that mineral, that is huge for you guys to be able to have some reassurance of value as you go through, and if we can start looking at those and pulling those out as well. But yes, thank you.
Sarah mentioned you a few times in that. I wonder if you have any reactions to what she just said.
Yeah, I didn't pay Sarah.
Sorry, dear.
But Sarah, thank you very much. I would like to bring up just one example, if we have time. So we were the first group in the industry which received graphite ore from Graphite Creek. Okay, and here's the funny story, right? So it's located in Alaska. And it turned out to be, thanks to George, who is in the audience, he drummed it up. It became one of world's largest, definitely US largest natural graphite resource. So kudos to George. However, here's the sample, right? And we realized we're the first group which is seeing this sample, okay? And my technician comes to me and says, Igor, what are these gold-looking species, associated with graphite after ashing? And I'm saying, I don't know yet, but connect the dots. Alaska, gold. So here becomes dilemma. You were hired to analyze graphite. Do you actually tell them that they have gold? Which later turned out to be platinum iridium naturally forming alloy, okay, which we analyzed. So it kind of looked like gold. But so she took tweezers. Igor, can I have some home? Take some home. She took tweezers, started collecting this. So Sarah is right. These co-products, they are abundant, and sometimes they are amazing co-products of amazing value. We obviously ended up telling them, but the company didn't do anything with it anyway.
Well, and that's the thing. When we consider it a byproduct and you're not changing your direction of mining, it's something you're going to take out anyway. It becomes very dangerous for investors when we start calling it a co-product and that you're going to start chasing those particular elements. Until you really have that resource fleshed out, then you need to stick with calling it a byproduct.
Thank you, Sarah. We need to cut that
thank
short.
you.
Thank you.
We now invite Professor Hassan Wahidi, who will speak on comparing natural, synthetic, and recycled graphite for lithium-ion batteries, environmental and economic trade-offs.
Perfect. Thank you so much for inviting me. That's a pleasure for me to be here and talk about one of my recent publications that I did in the last year. And I want to talk about natural, synthetic versus recycled. This is kind of, the third one is, I expect what we can see in the next 5 to 10 years in the US based on what I'm seeing in the industry. So I'm from Nevada, Reno. Reno right now is the hub for lithium. So we have a lot of different mining companies coming to Reno, Lithium Americas, Ioneer, SLB Schlumberger. At the same time, we have Tesla and Panasonic as cell manufacturer in Reno, and we have recycling companies like Redwood Materials, American Battery Technologies, a complete ecosystem for lithium. So what we can see here is the graphite as one of the co-product of recycling for in the future for lithium-ion batteries, and I would like to touch on that a little bit. So a little bit about mining versus recycling. There's always debate in the US about recycling. Why not just recycling? Why mining? So there are always resistance for mining. So I want to give you some facts. Over 40 million EVs are now on the road globally, and it will be by 2030 140 to 240, depending on different statistics. By 2040, 50 to 70% of all cars sold worldwide will be EV. 11 million metric tons of lithium-ion batteries are expected to reach end of life by 2030. But right now, the rate of recycling of the batteries, I'm not just talking about graphite. Graphite is way less than that. It's just 5%. What we talk about recycling is just 5%. So this is kind of the demand for kind of future that we can think about it. So in each EV we have 50 to 70 kilograms of graphite. So looking at graphite demand right now in 2025, so last year 1.3 million tons. By 2050 it will be 6 to 10 million tons. So there will be supply risk. So as we heard, 80% of the graphite is produced in China. So if they just want to play with graphite like they did with rare earth elements, so I worked on rare earth elements since 13 years ago. What they did on rare earth element was kind of, they use it as a weapon against West. So they cut exportation, so you saw the skyrocketed price. So if they do the same scenario, if they follow the same scenario, we will see the same crisis in graphite. So, and the other one is environmental concern. I'll talk about it, about synthetic graphite versus natural graphite and recycled graphites. We always talk about the energy consumption during the synthetic graphite production. When we talk about synthetic versus natural, so we have to admit that the end use of these two products are a little bit different. So when we talk about synthetic graphites, they have, they can be used in high performance applications, while natural, they have lower costs, so, and we can scale them a little bit better. So in most of the applications, they blend natural and synthetic together in order to keep performance at the same time keep the price low. And you can see different, percentages in this table. It's a little bit old, 2022, 65% synthetic versus 35% natural for electric vehicles. Or for battery for electronics is almost 50-50. So these are kind of share of the market. So right now we can see in the market. But what is inside of the process when we talk about energy, when we talk about environmental impact? I would like to translate all of these numbers into environmental impact, to CO2 emission, which is important for us. So when we talk about natural graphite, we have kind of, this simplified flow diagram. So we have mining, we have flotation. This is not the case for Sri Lanka. This is kind of general case based on the literature, 10 to 15% carbon content. We need to have crushing and grinding and then flotation process to increase the concentration up to 85 to 98%. And then esperonization, acid leaching with hydrofluoric mostly to reach the concentrate of carbon to 99.95. And this is the process for natural graphite. If you look at synthetic graphite, this is what I want to highlight here. When we talk about synthetic, we are always, in the last day and also today, we talked about the energy, being energy intensive in terms of synthetic graphite production. So we use petroleum coke and coal tar pitch. The calcination process, the first stage, 1 to 3 hours at 1200 to 1400 degrees C. And then grinding, mixing with some binders, and then shaping, and then baking again 1 to 3 days at 800 to 1300 degrees C. And at the end, for graphitization, for 10 to 30 hours, more than 2500 degrees C. This is the cost of synthetic graphite. Yes, we get high performance application for graphite, synthetic graphite, but this is the price that we are paying for that. So if we look at also recycled graphite, this is the third way, still immature, but I expect that we can see it in the next 5-10 years. I personally know companies like Redwood Materials in the US are looking for some technologies to recycle graphite. So we have discharging, crushing, separation. We have hydrometallurgy process using sulfuric acid and hydrogen peroxide. The problem with recycling is that we will have some trace metals inside of the final graphite. And that is the problem. And if you want to reduce the amount of trace metal, we have to use more washing system, more leaching process that increases the cost of the process. And that's the 3 different flow diagrams for these 3 processes. So this is the Sankey diagram for CO2 emission. So again, this is for natural graphite based on the literature, not based on Sri Lankan products. So it's a little bit different because I assume that we have flotation, we have concentration process. If you look at on top, we have natural graphite coming, the CO2 coming from energy consumption and reagents. And if you look at synthetic, synthetic has the highest share from energy, as we can expect. I showed you different regime for high temperature processing for synthetic graphite. We have the highest CO2 emission per kilogram of graphite, battery grade graphite. And at the end, we have recycled graphite. Yes, recycled graphite has lowest CO2 emission, but the problem, as I mentioned, it's not commercial yet. So this is the problem with recycled graphite. 1, it's not commercial yet. 2 is that we have problems still with trace elements. What we have in the materials for black powder as the cathodic powder, we have lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese. In the washing system, we still have some concentration of those metals inside of the graphite. So that is the problem right now we have in terms of technical problem for recycled graphite. Talking about the cost, I evaluated OPEX and CAPEX, and you can see the synthetic graphite in purple, natural in orange, and also recycled in green. So as you can see, the highest cost for synthetic comes from energy, graphitization. So I talked about it, 2500 degrees C, it has its own cost. So, and also long processing time, so 10 to 30 hours in 2500 degrees C. For natural graphite, is mostly based on purification and chemicals that we use during flotation process and for leaching process using hydrofluoric acid. And esperonization is a mechanical process that we need for natural graphite. For recycled graphite, depends on the feedstock, depends on what we need to produce. If we have a cheaper material, cheaper feedstock, or minimal upgrading, yes, that's good. But if we need higher concentration of graphite, we have to spend more money on that. So that is the problem. And this is the OPEX breakdown, so operational expense. So you will see direct and indirect. In direct expenses, we have utilities, we have chemicals, we have waste treatment. If you can see in the middle in the synthetic system, So you will see that 90% of operational cost comes from utility in synthetic graphite. That number in natural graphite is around 55%. You can see the difference between the distribution of expenses for OPEX in these three forms of production. Conclusion, energy consumption is the major problem in all three different pathways. Natural graphite is the mature, scalable, and critical supply source. Synthetic offers consistency, and we can get high purity graphite, but at higher energy costs. That is the problem with synthetic. Recycling shows promise, but still at the earliest stage. We need to wait for 5 to 10 years. This is expectation from industry. And the final takeaway, natural graphite will continue to play a central role, but Sri Lankan industry should wait for recycled materials as well, You should expect your competitors. You should plan for that. So that is the final takeaway. And this is the paper I published in 2025. And this is my group at UNR. We are part of Mackey School of Mines, one of the oldest schools of mines in the US. And this is the statue of John Mackey. John Mackey was a silver producer almost 200 years ago. He was Elon Musk of his time, so one of the richest men on planet. So working on silver, and we are based on John Mackey, the system, so at the University of Nevada, Reno. I would be happy to answer any question about my talk. Thank you so much. Yep.
Thank you, Ihsan. When you look into the future of synthetic versus natural graphite, do you see a sort of ratio that you expect in 5 to 10 years, if there's a majority going to be more synthetic or more natural, or what's your view on that?
So I talked about it. So when we talk about synthetic, we are talking about performance. High concentration, high cost, high performance. When we talk about natural, we are talking about lower cost, more scalability. Many companies right now, they try to blend synthetic and natural together in order to balance between cost and also performance. So one thing about the synthetic is that we can see some kind of stability in terms of the supply, because it's dependent on the oil industry. So we will see oil probably in the next 20, 30 years. Not that much coal, but oil, we'll see them. So that's the advantage that synthetic has. But we have to think about the price that we are paying for that. And as I said, so many companies, they try to mix these two.
But do you expect with like NMRs coming online that the energy cost will be reduced and that there will be an increase in the usage of synthetic over natural?
That is possible. That is possible. So with decreasing the energy cost, synthetic also will come to the plate with competing with these two other resources for recycled and natural. So right now, one of the most important barriers for synthetic is the cost of energy. So if we can supply energy with lower cost, so that would be one of the possible pathways. Yeah.
Can I have a question, please?
Can I have? Now you mentioned that's a bit scary. 5 to 10 years time, the recycled battery, the graphite is going to compete. Now is that competition in the EV market or in a different market? Will that affect a different market as well?
Right now, what they produce right now is not that much high purity. So this is the problem right now, that probably not for EV market. So in the market needs lower performance, but you never know. So they are working on it. So I'm working with Redwood Materials, are working on that system to recycle graphite from the batteries. So that is coming.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to hold this discussion until later. Thank you.
Thank you. So our final speaker for this session is Mr. Sandun Liyanage, presenting integrated energy graphene production framework based on biomass systems.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So I'm representing Concentric Industries, which is based in Washington, United States. So our plan is convert everything to graphene. Like we have so many sources. Traditionally, graphene is produced from graphite. However, we have this particular tree in Sri Lanka called Gliricidia. Our plan is first grow Gliricidia in a major way. We are giving sovereign infrastructure strategy for Sri Lanka centered on the indigenous cultivation and industrial conversion of Gliricidia sapium, a fast-growing nitrogen-fixing biomass crop already naturalized across Sri Lanka's degraded scrub and grassland zones, into permanent baseload electrical power and high-value graphene through a 100% pollution-free process. Only oxygen is come as an output, and it won't be an issue for our environmental system. The co-deployment unit is the 5 megawatt modular plant single unit. It's sustained by 1,100 hectares of Gliricidia managed under short rotation copies with continuous merchandise harvesting. Each unit produces more than 5,000 tons per year of graphene as the primary value of co-product of the electric arc pyrolysis platform. The baseload power as the sovereign energy output. This model requires no full trunk removal, no clear cutting, and is designed as a perpetual self-regenerating energy crop system, not a forestry operation. Plantation geometry is precision engineered into 20-hectare field blocks on an 8 to 12-week rotation cycle, maintaining simultaneously regrowing harvest-ready and mature zones, yielding 1 to 2% of total plantation area per day in continuous biomass throughout. At national scale, we are planning to have 400 plants and which can deliver 2,000 megawatt, which is 2 gigawatt of sovereign baseload capacity across 440,000 hectares, just 37% of Sri Lanka's available scrub and grassland. It is graphene production at this scale combined with baseload power revenues that drives the national net operating income $114 billion per year, permanently displacing the fossil fuel imports that have structurally destabilized the Sri Lankan economy. The strategy. Branded Gliricidia Country is a native structured framework, a permanent closed-loop national energy and materials backbone bridging fossil dependence and total resource sovereignty, combined with chemia waste conservation and regenerative agriculture verticals. Chemia is, we are planning to have a waste-to-energy plant, and the main outcome is electricity, and the byproduct is graphene. So, in our system, all the waste can convert into graphene and also the Gliricidia, and not only that, we are planning to convert graphite as well. a two-stage system, carbon formation, using the same core machine with different programming and code conditions, and importantly, applying the same logic to graphite. Our system is feedstock flexible, capable of producing graphene from both biochar and high-purity graphite using the same core infrastructure. First, we are turning biomass into biochar in a low, medium temperature, and then biochar to graphene, higher temperature in a short duration. Actually, it's a millisecond. The key point is that this runs on the same core machine with only changes in programming and operating conditions. The same logic then extends to graphite. Instead of biomass, we feed graphite. The system still utilizes the final high temperature stage for graphene synthesis. We don't require completely new graphene plant, just the final stage processing module. In our module, biomass is an input, and also the graphite we can use as an input. So even though the presentation is in a primary level, I have all the information, and I have already done the primary level discussion with the government sector, and we are planning to introduce this system to Sri Lanka. And the special thing is we are not putting anything out as something to like affecting to our environmental system. This is 100% pollution-free platform. So, do you have any questions?
Hi, thanks for that presentation. That's pretty cool technology. I don't know much about the graphene industry, and I'm curious about the domain size of the graphene planes that are required for application and technology. And can you achieve that starting with the biomass? Sorry, so like the angstrom or nanometer size scale required for the graphene sheets to be implemented in technologies?
Actually, I'm handling the project execution part, and the concentric industry from US is handling all the technical part, and the chief engineer is Mr. Garrett Smith, and he's handling all the industrial part and engineering part. So I will give you an answer, and in a tea break or somewhere, I will contact them, and I will answer all the questions.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious how the harvesting is done.
Sorry?
How is the harvesting done?
Yeah, harvesting is like we are planning to have like 1,100 hectare. It's not at one section. So we are planning to, within 10 to 15 kilometer radius, we are planning to have blocks, and the farmers can harvest. Also, we can have a merchandise like using tractors, we can collect glycidia.
By the way, have you characterized the graphene that you have produced here? I mean, it's really interesting if you can convert biomass into pure graphene.
Yeah.
But you need to characterize the materials. And also you said it's 100% pollution free.
Yes.
But when you heat this biomass, don't you think that it produces carbon dioxide and other gases?
They have introduced the system. Only the oxygen is come as an output. Yeah, it's like electric arc pyrolysis, and I will actually answer that question. I have everything documented.
I don't think oxygen is an output. It may be a reactor there.
It's actually a zero pollution system.
Yeah.
So I will.
Basically, when you pyrolyze organic matter, you get carbon dioxide and water.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So you invariably you might get some carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide as well. So you have to characterize.
Yeah, we have make sure that it's not going to harm the environmental system, and everything is 100% pollution free. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you to all speakers for a very insightful session. And we will now take a short tea break, and we'll be back at 10:05 a.m.
We're going to start our next segment of talks, and our concentration here will be on graphite and graphene applications, part 1. Will be Professor Pitawala, Sri Lankan vein graphite properties, performance, and industrial applications.
Very good morning, everyone. I am thankful to the organizing committee for giving this opportunity. So I am going to discuss about the application of geology for the graphite-based industries. So my presentation, I will discuss briefly about geological setting, material characterization, briefly industrial application, and then conclusion and future directions. So we all know it is well established the mode of occurrences and physical properties of graphite. We know very well about, including vein graphite, morphology, crystallinity, impurities, thermal stability, so on. However, although we know about those properties, there are some differences, and in generally what we consider them as uniform material despite of this variability. Mining industry, of course, they recognize this variability, they do sorting before processing, however, still lacks micro scale characterization. Why do we need characterization? Characterization is essential to establish impurity distribution, crystal morphology, for understanding of the crystallographic structure. Also, it is useful for understanding the fluid activity with the wall rocks, because it controls the crystallinity, crystallinity and impurity in vein graphite. Also, characterization is essential to predict the processing, material selections for different applications, optimizing processing, as well as waste minimization. So this is the sketch of vein graphite. So in this area we call wall zone. Inside we can see the inside of the graphite vein. Actually, although we know very well about the magmatic system and other metamorphic systems, but the processes taking place within the graphite veins is still unknown. It is very complex, very, very complex, because there are several processes are taking place. So along the contact zones, along the contact zone mean the vein and the country rock, there is a high fluid interaction. So, and there is a high rapid nucleation because of the presence of silicate minerals along the walls. So therefore, purity is very low and silica content is high. In the transition zone, so intermediate conditions, usually fracture control flow, mix, there are different type of graphites within the transitional zone, and they are in this zone, halogen is common element, therefore different type of graphites can be formed. And of course, in the middle, very stabilized fluid is available, and heat transition is low, convectional current is less. Therefore, the area is very good for the formation of high purity vein graphite. So in the field also we can see these differences. So this is the contact zone. You can see needle shaped graphite, and next zone, middle zone, you may see different type of graphites, spherulitic type and other varieties of graphite. And in the middle, you may see another type of graphite, flake-like graphite. So these are also middle zone, spherulitic or semi-spherulitic graphite. Even within one graphite sample, you may see such differences. So we studied the morphology from different vein graphite. So we can see different plates, different arrangements. You can see spherulite has this kind of arrangement, plate arrangement, and fine grain graphites, usually they are almost similar to metamorphic graphites and needle type graphites. They appear like fibrous and including needle shapes. We did chemical analysis from the wall zone towards the core. So closer to the wall zone, you may get high amount of silicate minerals. You may get high amount of silicate minerals. Other than that, some other minerals. But in the middle, gradually the carbon in the wall zone, carbon content is relatively low, very low, we can say. In the middle, relatively high. And you may see here the carbon atomic percentage is 82, but you may get high oxygen. Although these metal concentrations are, metal and element concentrations are low. It indicates that these are not typical vein graphite, probably graphite composite or graphite intergrowth. So we need to study about this graphite before doing processing. And again, in the middle vein graphite, you can see the distribution of these elements. Usually silicates and other elements, they distribute isolatedly, but iron distribute throughout the grains. So it indicates iron has high mobility and move throughout the grains. This is also middle graphite. So silicates are there, silicate minerals, silicate magnesium and aluminium you can see with oxygen. Again, disseminated graphite. This is high pure graphite. Carbon percentage is 98 and still silicate inclusions are present, but iron dissemination is still there. This is again very pure graphite, 99%. You can see here iron accumulate as grains with sulfur, probably pyrite, and also disseminated iron. High purity graphite, so high. So based on these chemical analysis, we can see that from the wall zone to the core, there is a chemical variation. And interesting thing is, if you look at the silicon, silicon is not really, we cannot consider as only as impurity. It records the rate of fluid injection. So we can use silicon for understanding the fluid injection rate. That is very important for better understanding of the graphite. That will be beneficial for the industry also. So another interesting thing we found, as I mentioned earlier, carbon percentage is 82 and oxygen is higher than normal graphite. So these are not typical vein graphite or typical graphite. So if we measure only the carbon, then if we do some treatments for the purification process, I think we should not follow the typical treatment process, treatment process, because they have different structure. That means if we do some typical treatment, then definitely the graphite structure will be damaged. So generally, while crystallization of graphite, from the graphite structure, some elements reject. So therefore, in the middle sometime you can see pure mineral grains. However, pure quartz, sometimes pure copper or something like that. However, in the surrounding you may get very high crystalline pure graphite. Our graphite, we studied the Raman studies also, so they have few defects, only few defects, and high crystalline products. I am not going to talk much about these things. Professor Rajapaksa will discuss this afternoon probably. So anyway, I just want to mention, so our graphite has high well-ordered structure as well as more perfect graphite domains. Also, if we consider about the typical graphite, they have well-ordered and mineral inclusions are relatively free. And another interesting thing I just want to mention, so Professor Rajapaksa will discuss in detail about this one. What we have done is, we collected graphite samples associated with rocks, and then we add acids, then we could extract graphite, exfoliated graphite. So, and we compare this graphite with very pure graphite collected from the middle. However, after the treatment, acid treatment and heat treatment, the expansion of this graphite found close to the wall, expansion is high, very high, 8 times higher than the original. But the graphite in the middle, less. The reason is the crystallinity. Crystallinity different. Because near to the wall, you get needle shaped crystals. They expand easily. So that's why I told you, we need to identify the crystal morphology, crystal structure perfectly. Then we can do the processing. Because nowadays it is not very expensive. If we have portable XRF or so on, simply we can do it. So this is the process we have done to produce expanded graphite. So anyway, graphite, if we are going to use vein graphite for different industries, we need to have a clear understanding of graphite morphology. Otherwise, if we are going to use for oil extraction, so we need to think about some type of graphite. For battery, we need to think about other type of graphite. So basic micro scale analysis should be carried out before processing for graphite high quality products. So for different purification process, we need to have different techniques. So we've noted that the vein graphite formed at around 600 to 700 Celsius according to the geological observations. So it indicates that high quality graphite can be produced at such temperature with special conditions. If we add halogen like elements or something like that, probably rather than using a very high temperature, high quality graphite can be produced. So this natural laboratory can be used for the production of high quality graphite. And also we noted different episodic injection of carbon-rich fluid. So those fluid change the chemistry, morphology, and crystal structure of graphite vein itself. So, can I take 1 minute? Okay. And so therefore, in the future, we need to think about, we need to study about clear Raman mapping on graphite veins, as well as we need to study the fluid inclusions, then halogen, we can understand about the role of halogens. And also, if we can do before mining quantitative silicon analysis, that also can be used for the easy mining and selective processing. So, conclusion. So, the vein position, fluid chemistry, and episodic injections even control the morphology, impurity, incorporation, and crystallinity of vein graphite. So, our Raman study clearly interpreted that we have very high quality graphite even within narrow range. So, at last, I just want to mention that the future value of Sri Lankan vein graphite lies not only in its purity, but in understanding and utilizing its natural microstructural diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that excellent discussion of characterizing the graphite. We don't have time for any kind of questions now. I'm sure we can have discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to invite our next speaker up, Himashi Naranpanana.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. Thank you for giving this opportunity for me. So I am Himashi Narampanava from National Institute of Fundamental Studies. Today I'm going to talk about development and scale-up of Sri Lankan vein graphite for sustainable anodes in next generation rechargeable batteries. National Institute of Fundamental Studies is a government research institute. We have done the fundamental and also the applied researches. We have multidisciplinary research areas. One of the research area is the Nanotechnology and Advanced Materials Program. Under that, we are established National Center for Advanced Battery Research. This is a central laboratory facility open for research groups working of developing local minerals for battery and energy-related applications. So this is mainly funded by the General Treasury of the government. So this is our research team. We have the collaborators with various universities and also the international collaborations. So then I have to honor in the vision of the Dr. Atula Vijay Singh. He is the founder of the National Center for Advanced Battery Research. And also he is the pioneered early development of purification and modification strategies. And also he is the inspired the transition from fundamental research to scalable technologies. This work continues to build upon his vision and leadership. Upon his vision, I'm going to move the Sri Lankan vein graphite. It has the unique advantages. Those are natural high purity, high crystallinity, and extensive mineralization. Also, we have the major different structural varieties. So, in these major different structural varieties, we have the main impurities such as pyrite, quartz, and calcite. Sri Lankan vein graphite. For high-tech and more profitable industrial application, we have the limitations for use this high-tech application. One of the limitation is the impurities. That is the significant. So this presence of impurities leads to severe problems to the chemical activities. So for this limitation for our strategy is thorough purification followed by property enhancement through performing advanced or fundamental but target-oriented scientific investigations for the ultimate use in highly profitable industrial applications. For here, we are using various purification methods, physical, chemical, or thermal, have been investigated to eradicate the mechanically attached and intercalated impurities in natural vein graphite. Yesterday, Professor Balasurya said that some purification methods. Among these methods, we have one of the patent from Sri Lanka for the ultra-purified Sri Lankan vein graphite. This developed technique is highly applicable and also the simple method. And low cost process with the low energy consuming, we are not using the hydrofluoric acid for this one, and also we are using low concentration of acid at the low temperature. This is environment friendly than conventional available methods. So when graphite for anode, for the rechargeable lithium ion batteries, we are using, this is the optimum suitor for the lithium ion battery anodes. Here I show the comparison of forms of graphite for the use of battery grade graphite when flake and synthetic graphite. Here for the cost of extraction and cost of purifying and the cost conversion to spherical graphite is the low in the vein graphite other than the flake and synthetic graphite. Also for the environmental impact, this is a minimal chemical usage in the vein graphite. So then why not use our vein graphite as a battery grade graphite? One of the limitations is the inadequate purity. That is already solved. And another limitation is the low electrochemical reactivity with high irreversible capacity loss. For this, we have the perform surface modification of ultra purified graphite through developing or introducing novel low cost but efficient surface modification techniques for the direct use in the anode electrode of rechargeable lithium-ion batteries. Here we are developed methods. Among these methods, we have 2 patents for these processes. Also, these are highly applicable and simple with the low cost and easy processes. So this technology know-how already we are using to develop with the coin cell to check the suitability for this battery grade graphite. Our best developed natural vein graphite electrode is a very promising capacity and also the maintaining efficiency about 95% over 200 cycles. So now we move to this process scale up toward the industrial translation. Here we have the objective as the transition from laboratory level experiment to a process oriented scalable systems. And also we maintain material quality while increasing throughput. For this, our strategy, it is application to statistical validation and also optimize this condition, lab optimized condition. Also, we have to control key parameters with adoption from laboratory setup to the control reactor based system. So the control reactor based system, this is scaling up these processes is a collaboration with the Department of Chemical and Processing Engineering University of Peradeniya. So for this work, key outcomes are we achieved ultra high purity graphite with the 99.9%. Also, we reduced the irreversible capacity loss significantly in this battery grade graphite. So it is the demonstrate high capacity. And now we have the successfully scaled from the lab to batch reactor. However, we need to ongoing pilot scale development. Also another battery grade graphite for using for the novel upcoming rechargeable batteries. Here we also developed highly applicable and simple low cost easy processes. In here we are structural modification of vein graphite through wearing interlayer spacing. This is a novel economical and highly practical method to controlling this interlayer spacing in broader range. So here we are using, we developed the electrochemical exfoliation, thermal quenching, thermal annealing methods. Also we are not used for the batteries, also we are using for the advanced technological application. In here we derivatives of graphite with the transition metal oxide nanoparticles. Mainly we are developing at the laboratory now for the sensing application as for the biosensors and the humidity sensors. Here we are making the fabricated electrodes and also we constructed the testing chamber at the laboratory. This is the preliminary level at the laboratory. So in summary, Sri Lankan vein graphite is not just a natural resource. It is a high potential material for the advanced battery applications. Integrated this purification, modification and scaling up we are moving towards the laboratory research to the industrial realization with the supply for the battery materials or the energy in storage materials. So in the next phase, we are focuses on the pilot scale optimization, full cell validation, and strategic collaborations. I acknowledge for the members of the NIFS and the National Center for Advanced Battery Research, and also the government of the financial assistance, and for the Kahatagaha Kolangaha mine for the providing Sri Lankan vein graphite samples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions.
How does the cost of your proprietary processing compare to traditional processing, and have you done that economic evaluation?
Actually, we are now doing this because of the pilot scale plant. We are now doing these techno-economical evaluations and also the life cycle assessment studies.
Thank you.
We'll take one more.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. Congratulations, you're cranking out very good data with electrochemistry. The question is, you are showing that you are able to apply these chemical purification methods to get high purity. Are you looking into spheroidization, into carbon coating? Those are other required steps in the process of making lithium-ion battery-grade graphite. Thanks.
Yeah. We are trying to, this is the next step for the spheroidization and the carbon coating, as the Professor Balasurya presentation yesterday. We have to apply this before the battery-grade graphite for the spheroidization carbon coating. We are ongoing this research work as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Igor Baraskov. And he's going to give us a talk which I don't think I understand, AETC business.
All I need from you is leniency on the timeline.
Okay, we give you 3 minutes.
All right, let's get us going. And where are the controls? So here. Okay. Okay, so colleagues, a couple words about AETC, who we are. So we are a privately held, woman-owned business. The woman who owns the business is sitting here in the audience. So speak with Dr. Maya if you're interested in learning more about us. So we are located in Chicago, and actually the part of Chicago which is a disadvantaged community. This is defined under US law as Justice 40 jurisdiction. And at the moment, there are only 3 organizations in the United States which are making commercially lithium-ion battery-grade graphite. So we are proudly, one of them. Okay, and there are several recognitions. For example, in 2022, US Department of Energy recognized us as an official supplier of battery-grade graphite into the EV market. That became after we became an approved supplier to Tesla. But also we now supply several European electric vehicle companies, and a lot of it is available in the public domain. We're also known as being a supplier of choice for a number of specialty batteries, which include Department of War batteries. So mainly we're working with those guys, and this is where performance and niche performance really comes into play. As of recently, we became an approved supplier to the US Nuclear Triad, and we're working directly as a supplier to Defense Logistics Agency and to several organizations. So, trying to stay active, okay? I'm not going to dive too much into geology, enough has been said, but I would like to start with this graph, right? So the graph is fairly important, and probably only about 20 people asked me why an established company from United States, Asbury Carbons out of New Jersey, is showing up here and trying to buy Bogala graphite mine off of Germans. So this graph explains it all. Asbury actually covers about 700 different product lines, and the biggest line is friction. And what vein graphite is all about is it has a unique advantage. It is a little bit more electrically conductive than natural flake graphite. Okay, it is a lot more malleable, so it's used in molding compounds, right? But it is also high density. So for those applications where you need high density graphite with slightly higher thermal conductivity, slightly higher electrical conductivity, this is where vein graphite actually shines. And this comes in very specific use in, electric motors and carbon brushes, where or in friction products. So this particular graph shows friction coefficient of various graphites by type, and the graph on the very bottom, which is this brown curve, that is actually natural vein graphite coming from Sri Lanka, and you can also see that the friction coefficient of it is 3 times less than for natural flake graphite. So I'm willing to bet money right now that the reason why Asbury is buying Bogala graphite mine is because they have an established business with Mexico where they're bringing the worst possible lubricant, which is called Mexican amorphous graphite, which is shown as the highest bar on this bar chart. And they're going to be using it in order to blend natural vein graphite into it in order to get to the property met with natural flake graphite. And even at prices at which they're sold right now, from Sri Lanka, this is going to make a very perfect economic sense. And this sort of opens up a discussion point, how much do we know about blends, how much do we know about composites, and do we really have to insist on using vein graphite by itself? Or should it be part of a system where there is a functionalized application, right? So I'm going to go to the next slide, and I'm going to point out some other examples where there is a perfect use case for natural vein graphite specifically. The first group shows forges. Forging lubricant, forging lubrication is absolutely the ideal case. You have very large usage of natural vein graphite in forges. Every time 2 forges come down to make, a shaft, components of the gearbox, that's where you use those high lubricity additives which are based on vein graphite. So besides commodity segments, which are shown here, one needs to be aware of US government priority, which is one of them is making 155 millimeter artillery shells, of which the supply has been depleted during the Ukrainian war, and now US is ramping up production in a series of very major initiatives where US has committed to increase by several-fold the production of that through its contracts with General Dynamics. And this is where natural vein graphite goes in very specifically and is used in 2 particular applications. We can also talk about brake pads, and I'm sure people who manufacture vein graphite, they have a number of customers for brake pads. Brake pads are, usually commodity markets, but within brake pad market, there is also a composite brake pad, which in civilian market you can find applications in light-duty trucks, which is really a highly priced segment within otherwise commodity market, right? So here we're showing our brake pad, which is working with company called Bosch, Bosch Friction. Of course, this is one of the, very well-known companies. But besides going into the brake pad itself, which is inside the body of the brake pad, which is usually composed of about a blend of 5 different materials, one of which is vein graphite. You can see those light gray strips coming across, and this represents really a high-tech technology within the brake pad industry. This is the so-called wear sensor. Wear sensor, it works on high conductivity properties of graphite. It has to have perfect adhesion. It has to be anti-corrosion. So some of the things which people have mentioned yesterday, all of that. And you see, as the brake pad gets thinner, the electrical resistivity of those 2 gray strips, which you are seeing on the screen, changes, and it sends the signal to the brake pad, to the dashboard, oh, it's time to change brakes, right? So these are the high-tech markets within the commodity segments, which I wanted you to be aware of. They are constantly emerging. There are hundreds, and pricing doesn't mean anything. You can sell it for any price. I mean, not really for any price, but you can be, you are charging a lot for those high-tech products. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Let's look at the snapshot of the U.S. graphite consumption. Let's look at the pie chart. In the pie chart, we have about 44,000 metric tons per year, and this is consumed by BEVs, electric vehicles. That includes, light-duty electric vehicles and fully electric vehicles, hybrid electric vehicles, what have you. There is a big question mark, despite the fact that we have Tesla and a number of Korean and other manufacturers which recently came into the United States. There is still a big question mark as to where graphite is actually coming from. Most of it still comes from Asia. And we talked about this high volume market. It is highly competitive. You are competing nose to nose with China. And car companies have a big leverage, and they are not going to let you in, even though we are, who we are, but we supply into 3 electric vehicles, okay? So that's, so that market, we can talk about it, okay? But there are some other elephants in the room, and I would like to actually cover some of these elephants, okay? So we have graphites for BESS, right? Graphites for BESS, which are here mentioned as 9,000 tons per year. So battery energy storage systems. Yesterday, you've heard on the panel that we had a little bit of a conversation with Tim that graphites for BESS has to be the cheapest, and such. I would like to extend that discussion after my talk because actually there is room for vein graphite as part of the blend in those BESS systems as well. And BESS systems, battery energy storage systems, are the ones, by way of reminding, which are supporting the solar stations and the wind stations, right? So you have also other segment. In this other segment, you have all of Department of War, all of NASA, all of your specialty lithium-ion batteries, and this is not a small market. Actually, you see 3,300 metric tons per year in the US alone, considering that vein graphite from Sri Lanka is now available at 3,000 tons per year. Here you go, take that market, So, and then what's important is that graphite that goes into lithium-ion batteries must be spherical and must be carbon coated, okay? So there is no other alternative. In doing so, you are generating a non-spherical co-product. Here is my friend Sarah about co-products, right? So, and here you have this other segment, where all of these non-spherical materials go. As you know, here in the United States, we have very healthy battery industry with Duracell, Eveready, with 18 manufacturers of lead-acid batteries, starting from Johnson Controls and what have you. And this is where your non-spheres will go, okay? So there was a discussion here. This is about flow sheets. Yesterday, our colleagues from Sri Lanka brought up, which flow sheet to adopt if you were to establish domestic capability for making battery-grade spherical graphite. And in the upper row, you have flow sheet practice in China. So it's very easy to go to China, a cookie cutter approach. You pay for that technology, you bring it to Sri Lanka, install all these machines. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work here because of population density, because you guys are concerned about a hole in the ground being developed by mine which sunk in. But what if I were to tell you that you're using massive quantities of water for washing, if you're using hydrofluoric acid and hydrochloric acid, that's just, in my opinion, not going to fly in Sri Lanka. So here is the alternative, which is practiced by our company, which is called inverted flow sheet, where we start with much lower purity material, 89 to 94% carbon. We run it through our thermal processing unit, which operates continuously at 2700 Celsius. Only then we do sizing, shaping into spheres, classification into spheres and non-spheres. And now watch what happens. All the spheres end up in the battery anode, and all the non-spheres, they end up in commodity batteries, or in, like alkaline, I mentioned Duracell, Eveready, lithium primaries, lead acid, hearing aid, and also they go into making diamond semiconductors for quantum computing. They go into specialty coatings for new drones, the stealth coatings and such. This is just an untapped field, but at the end of the day, you're using 100% or very close to 100% of the material that goes into your furnace. Okay? Now, I'd like to give an example of people who are not present here, but who have been mentioned here. So USGS yesterday talked at length about a deposit which contains natural vein graphite in the United States that's located in Montana. They're called Ruby Graphite. Just wonderful people overall. And US government has been watching what's happening with them. In August 23, USGS visited site, and then Department of the Interior visited them as well later on. So what we have done with their material is we have spheronized this material, we have purified it, we got it into battery grade purity, and this curve, which is extremely flat, shows the battery performance of that material. You get near theoretical performance. At least we have proven here that vein graphite is good anode active material, right? So if the American vein graphite is good material, there is no reason why wouldn't Sri Lankan vein graphite wouldn't be converted into such good material. But again, we don't use word blending, right? We use word co-processing. So we are feeding two materials into the same mill, or sometimes three materials into the same mill. So you have a homogeneous product where certain benefits of vein graphite actually contribute to the overall product and get the synergistic effect. So here's what we have done. We took this ruby graphite material, we added it at certain percentage to synthetic graphite, and we produced what is considered to be a fully viable battery anode active material. It is currently being benchmarked in Spain at a reputable battery company, and from there, onto Mercedes and other companies. So very simple path towards commercialization. And that's a fact of life. Vein graphite is now, looking good for lithium-ion battery anodes. So with that, I wanted to highlight a couple of opportunities for our colleagues in Sri Lanka, and also groups from the US which are considering collaborations here. So first of all, don't try to squeeze every bit of purity out of your natural vein. I understand that inside this vein, the very center is close to 100%, but on periphery, it may be 70, 78%, right? So you have to use all of it. You need a partner. You need a partner, a downstream processor. So we could be your partner, we could be your off-taker. We have these technologies, we have people. We operate temperature, furnaces which run at half the temperature of the sun continuously. Like we have these technologies of spheronization and such. There is nothing wrong in having a partner, right? Then bring your graphite to us. But if you decide to proceed on your own, what you can do is you can pursue here hybrids of vein, natural vein and synthetic graphite as active materials. You can use healing technologies for recycled graphite. We've heard a great talk by our colleagues from the US about recycling. We support that. This is coming up, breathing, in the bags here. Healing, so then hybridized particles with synthetic natural flake and silicon composites. We also need to look at non-spherical application as conductive diluent for the cathodes of the same lithium-ion batteries. But let's not forget about traditional battery systems. Again, almost every country has very robust, non-subsidized production of lead-acid batteries. And lead-acid batteries consume 75,000 tons of graphite per year. What's wrong with that market? Don't ignore it, go there, sell your non-spheres. Then alkaline cells, yesterday I gave an example that Energizer, being an American company, you can sell it to Ohio, no problem, but you can also sell to their branch located in India, which is called BPL India. The logistics cost would be nothing. Try to get it into alkaline batteries. And here are the pictures of the alkaline batteries. There are actually two uses for natural vein graphite inside an alkaline battery, one being the cathode rings. This one, I did not see you, Harold.
Sure.
All right, I better finish, right? And the can coating, which is an application which not many people know about it, okay? Paints, coatings, diamond semiconductors for quantum computing and other applications. So if you're interested, work with us. We have a wonderful team in Chicago, so you know how to contact us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Igor. I learned a lot about your company.
All right. Excellent.
We now move to session 2C, the future of graphite as critical mineral, focusing on workforce, collaboration, and supply chain innovation. Our first speaker is Professor James Kubicki, presenting on workforce development in graphite mining and related industries.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I really don't belong here. I don't know anything about graphite or anything about mining. I'm subbing in for Antonio Arribas. Some of you may have known him from a long career at Newmont Mining, and he was actually president of the Society of Economic Geologists. And a couple of years ago, they actually won the Paper of the Year award. But he is back on the committee at UTEP, who is interviewing as we speak a couple of new faculty to join our mining engineering program. So I really have a few purposes here. One, I would like to speak to, say, postdocs, faculty who are looking for jobs in the next couple of years. We're going to be hiring about 6 new faculty. We're hiring 2 now, but 4 more for mining engineering, and then 2 in my department, Earth, Environmental, and Resource sciences. We'd also like to talk about collaborations, not only in mining, engineering and geosciences, but also in materials and manufacturing. We're very strong at UTEP at that. We'd like to make our program aware to students. Obviously, this is a BS program, and so we'll be recruiting high school students. But organically, I think as we hire faculty, there'll be a graduate program as well. We'd like to interact more with industry. We'd really like to invite industry to have input to our curriculum and content of what we're teaching our students. And we've planned that our first cohort being admitted fall 2027, we'd like to get them started in internships summer of 2028. That's one of the things we'd like to have our students do, internships each year of their program. And so we're looking for a variety of interactions here, and I'll give you a quick description, hopefully, of what we're doing. I'm not going to go into, I don't have time to go into the history of what happened here, but basically Stella Canonis, who was the chair of metallurgy, and myself, I was the chair of Earth, Environmental, and Resource Sciences at the time, were tasked with feasibility of this program, and we told President Heather Wilson, well, if we get $20 million, we can do that. You can see she got $40 million from the state of Texas. We have another $7 million was given to us by Freeport McMoran, and actually there's more in the pipeline from other companies. I think when all is said and done, we're probably going to have about $60 million donated. A lot of that is to hire faculty and build out infrastructure. We're also hiring recruiters to get the students we need. We're aiming for about 100 students per year, per graduating class. And a lot of them will be supported as well as on internships, as well on scholarships. Okay. We've just recently, we're lucky to hire George Luxbacher, who is associated with NIOSH, has had a long career in mining. He's our new director and is guiding this. He's starting to take over now. And we've been developing the curriculum in collaboration with him and Dr. Canonis and people in geosciences. And it's a nice opportunity we have to get away from the legacy curricula that have been developed. We're starting fresh. Obviously, we have to meet a lot of the ABET requirements, but we really had thought from the beginning that within our classes, we really wanted to have emphasis on three main things. One is first is safety. The second is, say, AI and robotics. And the third is more environmental knowledge. Okay. Because we're building this new, we can respond to the recent report from the U.S. National Academy of Sciences. And a big thing that I think we need to do, and I'm actually looking, this is one of my pet projects, I'm looking for partners to take this on, is to change the public perception of mining throughout our country. I think that will help us recruit students, but also help projects get off the ground. I think we have a good message to deliver, that we need more mining if we're going to deal with the issues of climate change, and that mining can be done in a much more environmentally friendly way today than it has been in the past. Okay. A big emphasis, and I'm glad a number of other speakers have mentioned this, we really want to have this be an interdisciplinary program. Engineering can be very focused, but at UTEP, the College of Engineering has been very good in developing the leadership skills and entrepreneurial skills, the communication skills of their engineers, and we really want this to become part of an entire ecosystem, not just a separate program. And when we looked at what we had at UTEP, when we saw this opportunity for bringing in mining engineering, we saw, well, it really filled in this one key spot here in the ecosystem that we have. At UTEP, we're actually nicknamed the miners. We were started out as a mining and metallurgy school. And so in geological sciences, we have a lot of the strengths we need. We have strengths in metallurgy and materials and manufacturing. The one thing we didn't have is mining. And so we're hoping with this input and emphasis on the mining, we're going to grow all these other ancillary programs as well and connect to the whole supply chain. This is a diagram that we put together from a pre-proposal for NSF Science and Technology Center a few years ago. This was rejected as not being, scientifically advanced enough. But the idea was to look at all parts of the supply chain, from exploration to mining to refining to manufacture and recycling. And we found out, we could put together a group. These are people from mainly from UTEP and from New Mexico State and New Mexico Tech, which are our neighbors there, and try to train students in an environment where research is going on in an interdisciplinary manner that addresses the supply chain from beginning to end and really reach towards this goal of a circular economy. Okay. We have to fit into 128 credit hours, a lot of material. We're working and looking for input from people on how best to do that. This is actually quite not record. There's actually 6 new mining engineering faculty, and the 1 geology faculty we're actually going to split up. We want to hire 2 faculty, 1 in earth materials and 1 in geophysics related to mining. Okay. So right now we've hired the program director. We're searching for 2 faculty positions. This fall, opening up a search for 2 more, and then 2 more in the following year, and probably one in the geosciences that year and the next. We can delay this because our first cohort's coming in fall 2027. We have a lot of people to teach the first couple of years of classes, and so we have time as that cohort moves through to teach the more advanced level classes. Okay. I'd like to also talk about this outreach and changing perception. We'd like to develop materials, both online and paper materials that we can give to high school counselors, high school teachers, get out to the students to get students' interest in mining. And I came up with this wonderful expression. I don't know where this came from. A mine is a terrible thing to waste. If you remember in the US in the 60s, there was a campaign, a mine is a terrible thing to waste. But waste is a wonderful thing to mine. But I think using images like this is probably not going to attract a lot of people. What we want to do is emphasize that final product, a green new future, that we need these materials for renewable energy in order to avoid the worst case scenarios of climate change. And with that, I think I'll end, and if there's time for questions, I'll be happy to address them. No? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Kubicki. We now invite Dr. Deepesh Jayasekara, who will speak on collaboration and data sharing, leveraging critical mineral observatory models for graphite supply chain, visibility, traceability, and transparency.
All right. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. And I thought I should also let you know that I'm a Sri Lankan, and I was first selected to University of Peradeniya, but I was very keen to go into automotive industry and study automotive engineering, so I decided to go to UK. But today, I'm very happy to speak at the University of Peradeniya, which is one of the top research institutes in Sri Lanka. So I have a couple of areas to go through. Therefore, I will quickly get into the presentation. First of all, I'm coming from the University of Cambridge. I belong to the Institute for Manufacturing. So we are part of the Department of Engineering at University of Cambridge. And we have a research group called Industrial Resilience Research Group. And this research group is trying to tackle some of the problems that were mentioned here. So first of all, we are a multidisciplinary research group. So we have computer scientists working with us, materials engineers, manufacturing engineers, we have investment bankers working with us, and we have researchers working on batteries. For example, Gavin Harper over there works with the Faraday Institution, the RELI project, and also we work across engineering, management, technology, and policy. So IFM is one of the only institutions in the UK which work across these disciplines. So whatever we do in terms of research will translate to national policy. Just to let you know, I was part of the UK all-party parliamentary group on critical minerals, and I was informing the recent critical minerals strategy of the UK. So that's the way Cambridge operates, and I would like to bring this model on this way of working to Sri Lanka as well. So just to let you know, at Industrial Resilience Research Group, the problem we're trying to tackle and the question we're asking is this: how global manufacturing can become more resilient at factory level, supply networks, at the whole ecosystem as a whole. So we have developed a framework for this, and we're applying this across multiple projects, and we have been doing that for multiple years. So coming straight to the data challenge when it comes to critical minerals and also supply chains. So this is an article which was published in Nature recently in 2024, which states that 40% of the mines are invisible. They are not there in data sets, they are not visible to manufacturers, and also 40% of production is undocumented. For example, there are issues that are happening in Myanmar when it comes to rare earths. And so these are the challenges that we have to deal with if we are to, enhance visibility, traceability, and transparency in critical minerals. And on top of that, we have all these data challenges because some of this data are behind paywall. They are with some private companies which they don't show the methodology. But as academics, we are very keen about the transparency and how we gather data, how we process data, then how we generate input, right? So that level of transparency is not available. So we thought, why not try to address this challenge as a research project. So just to let you know about supply chains a little bit, so it is like driving in a motorway on a very foggy day at high speed, without having much visibility to work with. So what will happen if you drive at your fullest speed? You will end up in a tragic accident or even with a critical life-threatening condition. So this is very similar to modern supply chains. We are very dynamic supply chains that are operating at high speeds, but without high visibility. So supply networks or supply chains are very complex. So these are not one-tier or two-tier systems. So you can see they goes down to multiple tiers, down to mining operations. So in this project, we were trying to address the challenge of data visibility, transparency across these different tiers, from mining, processing, manufacturing, to recycling as a whole. So why does this matter? So you can see in this diagram, these are multiple regulations coming up around the world across. You can see human rights related, you have information related, and environmental related. So if I pick out some of them, for example, EU CBAM, you can see at the top in blue, and also let's say scope 3 emissions. So those regulations not only apply to your organization in industry, they want to assess the environmental impact across the end-to-end supply chain. But how do you enforce these regulations if companies don't have visibility, right? So that was the fundamental challenge. And so this project, therefore, was commissioned by the UK Department of Science, Innovation and Technology to work with India, in this case, as a partner. And we were collaborating with the India Institute of Technology, Bombay, India Institute of Technology, Dhanbad, which is the India School of Mines in Dhanbad, to address some of these challenges. So what we were proposing was an observatory. So we took this example out of our colleagues in the astronomy department right across IFM to say, okay, so in astronomy what they do is they look at things that they can't see from their naked eye, right? And they use different tools to understand granularity of data. For example, they might send a satellite to observe a planet. They might send a rover to understand in depth the granularity within certain areas. And by doing so, they can access data, but they come with a cost. So we were also employing these concepts and applying into supply chain to develop a critical minerals observatory. So what we have done here is coming up with a framework. You can see first what we do is we identify data, we collect the data, we interpret the data, and then we share data. And this, the foundation is for critical minerals, mainly looking into electric vehicle batteries, photovoltaic cells, permanent magnets, semiconductor at the moment. But we're expanding our products in this work. So we have developed certain capabilities at the moment to do several assessments. You can see on the next layer. And after all, at the very top circle, you can see we've encapsulated all these different tools into one platform. And that platform is now live. So I'm here to give a demonstration of what capabilities we have, and also to invite all of you to collaborate, because collaboration is key to data sharing. So just to let you know very important things in this project, we were looking into these three critical dimensions: visibility, traceability, and transparency. The challenge is these terms are like widely used without a proper definition in most of the articles. So we wanted to define what these terms means. For example, visibility means where is the product. That product could be a mineral, it could be ore, it could be an intermediary stage, or it could be a component itself. And then in terms of traceability, whereas we are going to address how can I trace your product from where it origins to the destination, right? And the third one is the most important one, the transparency. So here we try to understand what are the contextual factors that surrounds that the logistics, transportation, and also the mining for that particular product or mineral. So we're trying to address human rights issues. We're trying to understand the environmental factors around it to understand the risks associated with that. So why is this again important? For example, this is a prime example. Last year alone, there was a disruption cost of 1.3 trillion due to supply chain disruptions. So this is a huge challenge for all the industries, including critical minerals. So the challenge is we don't have the visibility. And also we were trying to understand, okay, if we say we don't have the visibility, but how much can we actually see? So we have, we talked to like major automotive manufacturers in the UK, and what it says in documents is like 20%. But do you want to guess how much actual OEM in automotive see? Any guesses? Yes? 5. I'll be pessimistic. So they said they couldn't see more than 10%, to be honest. They said the supply chains of automotive are gray, and there are multiple tiers that they don't even know that exists, and they don't know whether the minerals that are there in those metals coming from a compliant mine, or whether there are any conflict minerals. So this is a big challenge for the industry, and therefore transparency and visibility is very important. So, so this was the key team behind the UK-India project. As you can see, we collaborated with IIT Bombay, and also Google was our technology partner. They provided us the cloud infrastructure to work on this project. As you know, this is a data problem, so you need to host the data, and this is our team behind it. And now we are in the second phase. And this is Prime Minister Modi with Prime Minister Keir Starmer announcing the observatory as a national project of importance for both countries. And you can see at the bottom, so these are now being, the platform is user tested by GMDC, which is one of the largest mining companies in India, and then Texmin, which belongs to the India School of Mines, and also Ministry of Mines from India, UK Department of Trade, Commonwealth Foreign Development Office, and also the Science Innovation Technology Network. So what is the relevance for graphite, right? So in this project, we looked into mainly lithium, cobalt, indium, tellurium, and also like silicon, 5 critical minerals. We haven't integrated graphite data as a whole, but we do have some data. So I'm here to invite all of you to work with us on enriching the graphite data into the system, which will provide the transparency that is required. And so why this is important, as you can see, and this was already discussed multiple times. So graphite is used in the batteries of EVs and also in multiple other applications. Just if you take the EV case, you can see around 50 to 100 kilograms of graphite in the battery alone in an EV. And also graphite has been identified as a critical mineral in 9 countries out of 20 different critical mineral strategies that we have analyzed. But the problem is in Sri Lanka, currently we don't have a critical mineral strategy, but I'm looking forward to the mineral policy that is coming up. So it was mentioned earlier, it's not only graphite, right? It's about co-products, byproducts, other minerals, like rare earths. If you look into like USGS data sets, we can see there are so many untapped rare earths like occurrences around the coastal areas in Sri Lanka that we haven't explored. So there are so many opportunities for Sri Lanka to develop this critical mineral policy or the strategy which will definitely fuel the development of these industries. Yes, so if we want to integrate graphite data, so we will be looking into mining as a one stage, the feedstock, the processing, and then we will also look into material development, and then battery cell manufacturing, and finally EVs. So this is just a representative supply chain, but I know it's more complex than this. And we can analyze what are the bottlenecks in the supply chain using the tools we have developed. And this is, for example, in a snapshot, how the global graphite production and reserve stands at. So you can see Sri Lanka is one contributor, but small at this stage, as most of the presenters mentioned. But also, if you look into the case of China, you can see, even though China holds only 24% of reserves, but they produce around 65% of the mine output, and most importantly, they control 90 to 95% in processing. Right? So this geographic concentration is a risk in your supply chain. And funny story, we were invited to the National Security Secretariat in Japan to discuss about the same challenge. And they were mentioning supply chain has never been a national security problem, but now it is. So at the National Security Secretariat, they have a supply chain team sitting there, and they were saying, Deepesh, you're not a UK delegate for us, you are Sri Lanka. We are keen on the graphite in Sri Lanka. So it's not only UK, US that is looking at Sri Lankan graphite, it's Japan and other European countries. Because Sri Lanka has a very good opportunity to exploit right now because they all are looking for alternative suppliers, right? So for example, if I try to expand the problem of processing of graphite in China, so this is the case. And also, it is very important to understand that they're using their dominance of processing as a tool to pressure countries, right? So this was an example here in 2023, December. So these restrictions were placed upon graphite, which showed the risk associated with your supply networks, even for the US and other countries. So this is why we need to understand the end-to-end supply chain, alternative suppliers. So it's not just about identifying them, but how to effectively optimize your different supply routes depending on the disruption scenarios. So how can we simulate these things? So that is where we have worked on. So we have a great opportunity. I'm not going to in depth in this slide because this was talked about a lot during the whole conference. So you can see Sri Lanka has been identified as a stakeholder which already have mined graphite output. So that is our unique selling point here. So we already have mines, Kahatagaha, Bogala, which produce vein graphite in commercial level. So here is the opportunity for us to exploit. So I will quickly go to the demo because I don't have much time here, which will be the most important one. So currently, even if you log in right now to app.cambridge-gsco.co.uk, you can access this website right now. And what you will see if you log into the platform is a live platform which extract data using 21 agents working behind the scene. So we have a team of 7 dedicated researchers working with us, but we have a team of 21 agents working behind the scene, helping us improve this platform. So you can see we identify raw data from different data sets. USGS has been so helpful for us, which we use as an authoritative data, but also we can extract data from any kind of PDF that are available public. For example, it could be from a company annual report, it could be from an investment filing, it could be a news article. These models we have developed can extract the data and map that data into our data model. And we use a graph database here to understand the relationship between critical minerals, countries, and different supply chain stages, as you can see here. So this is not just a visualization, so this is actually the back end of the platform. And then you can see here at the bottom the pipeline. So currently this is reading one PDF document and processing it and running it and extracting the data. If I show you some of the capabilities here, so if you can log in, so you will see a live dashboard of the platform performance. Here you can see there are 257 documents in the pipeline and been extracted. So the red lines you see here are from PDFs, the facts generated. And then onto your left, you can see multiple data sets that we can overlay on top of it. This is our extraction pipeline. And then it will give you all the different data points that has been extracted like this, filtered by all the countries available. And then we use this data to different tools, which you will see next. So if we want to analyze and map the supply chain, we can do that. And these connections are automatically identified by the machine learning algorithms that we use. So we have data cutting across all the different countries in terms of mining, in terms of refining, processing, component manufacturing, the final product manufacturing, recycling, and logistics at the same time. But there are a lot of challenges associated with it. For example, in the live platform, if you click on one country, it will show you different indicators that are associated with it, including the risk factors. And then we can overlay mine data, processing data, and if you hover around a point, you will see who owns the mine, what stage of exploration you are, and what is your reserves capacity, and all this information. If you want to analyze trade data, you can do this here. For example, here is a case for lithium carbonate, and coming to India, and we can drill down your supply chain until it goes back to the mine. So here is a drill down example here. So we can go to different partners here. It will show you where each country is exporting this material. It will show you the risk concentration from HHI index. It will show you critical parts that you need to look into in order to make your supply chain resilient. And it will show you where your supply chain as a network at and how you can improve its resilience. And also, we have a lot of other tools that we can do here. For example, ecosystem. This is very important for like mining companies to understand who we can collaborate with, right? So this tool helps you to understand the whole ecosystem, the connection between companies, what they are working with together, and also to understand the gaps in the ecosystem. So this tool was used by DPT recently, and they realized UK and India has recycling companies, but they don't work together, right? So this can be analyzed clicking on the left-hand panel here to understand different actors, and it will show you the dependencies and where the gaps are. And now they are planning a policy around this to make these recyclers in critical minerals work together between the two countries, between the UK-India corridor. So these are some examples. If I go back to the digital auditing, which is very important for ESG compliance, which will come up very soon next. If I can have one minute, is that all right? Yes, very quickly, because this is very important. We can access live data in satellites, for example, here, and you can look, if you know the location of any of your supply chain actors, you can understand the greenhouse emissions without even asking permission from the companies. So these are open data. We are using Sentinel-4 satellite, Landsat data to understand these environmental impact. We can do like turbidity around water bodies, around industrial actors to understand the impact of water, and also vegetation. If I go a little bit foster. We can also do hyperspectral analysis to understand the different minerals like rare earths, lithium, and we are working with NMAP team in Germany to enrich this data set. And also we have live data coming from the extreme weather events, so you can understand whether your mines are affected by cyclones, flooding. We can predict them. We have predictions up to 2050, and you can track and monitor cyclones that are happening right now. And when you overlay the supply chain data, this shows the risks associated with your supply chain. And also, if you go down, we can do like supply chain stress testing. So this is very important.
Sorry, but you need to finish up.
Yes, all right. Anyway, since I'm running out of time, I'll be here to answer any of your questions. So this is the capability we have, and I'm here to collaborate with all of you across USGS, Sri Lanka, and UK to make our supply chains more visible, more transparent, and more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayasekara. Our final speaker for this session is Mr. John Shackleton, presenting Doing Graphite Differently.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and honoured guests. A special welcome to the United States delegation who have travelled a long distance to be here today. I'd like to acknowledge Patrick, Casali and the Albright team for organising this event, and thank you for the opportunity for Margosa Graphite to address the summit. My name is John Shackleton. I'm the Managing Director of Margosa Graphite. It's a pleasure to meet others who are interested, and I hope as passionate as me, with regards to vein graphite. Graphite mining is a real opportunity in Sri Lanka, and it can contribute, and it should contribute more than it actually does at this stage. As mentioned by my colleague Hamish Fraser, Margosa Graphite is advanced in the maiden project, the Reedy Gunga Vein Graphite Project, and we follow international standards and codes and will continue to do so to develop other projects along the same vein. Excuse the pun. Yesterday we heard constant reference, and rightly so, that there is only circa 3,000 tonnes of graphite exported from Sri Lanka annually, and there are only 2 operational mines and a 3rd mine looking at restarting. The perception is that those statistics will continue. Well, let me advise you that Margosa is going to change that perception. The previous presenters, and I've had to change my presentation slightly, listening to some very, very informative, what I believe are correct perceptions of the vein graphite industry here. So the previous presenters have paved the way so Sri Lanka can better understand the methodology that Margosa has undertaken to develop a sustainable supply asset. And I'm going to go over some things that have already been gone over already been presented by Hamish, but I think they need to be presented again to educate, which we are trying to do, the Sri Lankan industry. And the beginning, and I mean it, it's the beginning, is the resource, a resource estimate. So through reconnaissance, historical review, cooperation with local partners and landowners, Magosa identified more than 500 potential graphitic targets across an area of 253 square kilometres in Sri Lanka. We ran disciplined exploration programs that included extensive research and aerial magnetic survey of approximately 1,780 square kilometres across our tenement package at the time, and systematic field follow-up to separate the real targets from the ghost targets. The Reedy Gunga Vein Graphite Project is the first of those results. We started with 253 square kilometres. We're down to 22 of what we consider are extremely high probabilities of good projects in graphite here in Sri Lanka. Sorry, I lost my spot. Developing a project from the resource. Now, I heard that it's not just about the resource. It isn't just about the resource. I wholeheartedly agree with the comments that have been coming from this US delegation. It's refreshing because we've been singing those praises for some time. And now an international delegation has come here and is saying the same thing. It's time for Sri Lankan academics to listen to what the world is telling you. This is an opportunity. Please don't let it go by. So once we'd had the resource, we progressed the work to develop a Tier 1 mining project. It includes mining studies, process studies, environmental studies, mining licence applications, financial modelling, to evaluate the project and take it into production. Mining is not cheap, and there's no shortcuts to getting it right. Whilst continuing to do the development, at the same time, we were seeking independent validation of our product. Where are you going to sell this product? What is the market? We agree, there's no one step to graphene. There are many, many steps in between. And we believe that independent validation of your product is important. The delegation, I think, will appreciate that graphite is not a one-size-fits-all commodity. Product valuation is essential, and in our view, it should be independently verified, like a resource estimate. There is also, once you've validated your product, to understand what you believe some of your market is, when you go to that market, when you go to that end user, you're going through the same process again. They then need to validate that your product, that your results are correct. They need to qualify that that product, that vein graphite product, fits into their applications. They're not going to change their production line because of what you said. They're changing their production lines on validated, qualified material. Then it comes down to the most important thing. reliability, and consistency. I personally believe the largest word in vein graphite is consistency. It's consistency of product, consistency of supply. So when we start, in summary, we've come from a qualified resource estimate reported at international recognised standards. The mining studies, all the studies, environmental studies, to get a licence to operate. A consistent product quality at scale. Product validation and batch consistency. You can grab a piece of graphite and have it tested. But is that the same product that the supplier, or the end user, sorry, not the supplier, the end user, the manufacturer, is that the same product they're going to get today, tomorrow? Consistency. So you have to, what we believe, you need to have a complete database on your ore body. Not just one vein, the whole ore body. For us, Peradeniya is the first of our projects. We have a pipeline for the future. We have a pipeline of projects. Projects that we've identified through excellent exploration work, testing validated materials, although not in the US, in the UK, and we're confident at where we're going, where we believe the product can go. Doing this, we've done it under ESG standards, everything we look at to make sure that Magosa minimises surface impact, utilising bulk underground mining methods. Our byproducts, tailings, etc., go back underground. Our footprint, try and keep it small. Try not to affect the community, but engage with the community. You know, we've got landowners here trying to start mines. You're landowners, you're not miners. Partner with people. Partner with the right people. People that are willing to do the work, because that's what this industry needs. It needs people to do the work. Magosa is not planning to be an artisanal miner. We will automate and operate to international standards using modern mining methods. Our current mining plans are developed for 70,000+ tonnes of production per annum. That's not to say that tomorrow we're going to turn on a processing facility to produce 70,000 tonnes of product. We're staging it. We're doing a pilot plant. I believe in what Priscilla is saying. With the geology and the exploration of this product, we have a lot of knowledge on the resource. But it will be enhanced when our geologists get underground and actually see what it really is doing. Because it's not like Bogala, it's not like Kaharikaha, it's nothing like Ragadara. It's a different ore body. So progressive data collection and progressive learning, we are not going to get it right first up. But we are more advanced at getting it right than a lot of other prospective mines. I am taking nothing away from Amila and Bogala. That is a mine that has operated for 150 years. It has a captive market. That market was generated by the owners of the mine. They don't need to rush out and sell to the world. What they produce, they're consistently selling. Kaharikaha, it has potential. Where is that potential? Is it up there? Is it down there? Is it a depleted resource? Do the work, find out. Then the international community will rush in and help you. There's a couple of points I really wanted to touch on. Ready to go? Okay, just quickly. And this again comes from Professor Priscilla Nelson's. One thing that stuck out to me was when she mentioned dilution. When she mentioned dilution, there was a question that came from the audience. We don't dilute. Well, if you don't dilute, you can't produce in scale. If you don't know what your dilution break-even point is, then you don't have an economical valuation as to where your mine can go. We know what our dilution break-even point is. And it's going to surprise the Sri Lankans sitting here. It's 4%. We can bring product out of the ground at 4% TGC level and break even. That's the future of Sri Lankan mining. See that up in the corner? We're not walking down underground, we're driving underground. The grade 99 is available, and it's available through processing, through any graphite. So we have an opportunity. Let's not discount what has been said today. I welcome the comments. I welcome the comments by Jacob. I applaud the comments by Priscilla. I agree with the scrutiny. Bring it on, because the future of this country's mining and production is there. It's there. It's not vein by vein. And let's get together, let's collaborate, and let's take this product to where it should be. And Igor, to answer your question, I want to talk to you. You tell me what you want, what specification you want, where we can go, what we need to do to get the US on our side. Because this is a Graphite Summit to encourage collaboration between the United States and the Sri Lankan graphite market, or the graphite producers. We're not individuals. Our success is your success. If you're successful, I will be so pleased, because that means other investors, other countries are going to say, Sri Lanka's open for business. We can do business in Sri Lanka. They've got the product. They can supply it. Good grade, consistently, good quality. We will all benefit. But we need to convince these people that have travelled all the way from the US that we know what we're doing and we know where we're going. So, not just to the US delegates, but to the Sri Lankan miners. Let's sit down and talk about where and how we present this. It's important. It's important to keep the US delegates in the room, in the conversation. Thank you. Can I take this? Do you want to just take it?
Well, thank you, Mr. Shackleton, for your presentation. And let's thank all speakers for their valuable insights. We now break for lunch and we'll resume the program at 1. So please be back on time.
Welcome to the last part of our formal presentations. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Raja Paksi, and he's going to talk to us today about mine waste to high-value graphite materials, sustainable processing, and functional applications.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you, and I'm truly honored and privileged to stand before you to deliver this keynote address. So I'm going to talk on from mine waste to high-value graphite materials, sustainable processing and functional applications. So I'm attached to University of Peradeniya, but I collaborate with distinguished scientists, Professor Pitawala from Geology Department, Professor Kumar, currently the Director of the National Institute of Fundamental Studies, and he used to work in my research group for 10 years after completing his PhD and 15 years of work in Japan. So he's a very good technologist and engineer, scientist. So we work together collaboratively over more than 30 years. And industry collaborations. As far as graphite is concerned, actually we have very active collaboration with these three gentlemen sitting over there. This is Mr. Amila, CEO of Bogala Graphite, Mr. Anura, Mr. Palanda, so additional general manager, and our senior geologist, one of our students, proud students. So we collaborate with Bogala Graphite, and we used to collaborate for more than like 15 years, 20 years now. And whenever they have problems, they usually contact either me or Professor Kumara. So we sit there, we have a good time in both in academic as well as social terms. And this is my presentation roadmap for next, say, 40 or 35 minutes. I will brief to you on Sri Lanka's strategic mineral resources, giving overview of key minerals. Graphite is one of them, zircon, titanium sands, gems, and other industrial minerals. And then I will move on to why graphite matters globally. Of course, you know that, so I'll brief to you on the role of graphite in the energy transition, batteries, advanced materials, and future technologies, in addition to many other current applications of graphite. Then graphite purification technologies. So we have introduced chemical-free flotation technology, which is an innovative method for high. So usually, as you say, we have high purity graphite in the middle of the vein, but in the vein bank, the purity is less. So while we are utilizing high purity graphite, we want to increase the purity. We want to purify the low purity graphite. So we developed this chemical-free flotation method. So I'm going to discuss that in detail. And also the graphite attached to these stones of the vein. So they are rejected. I mean, when I visited Bogala, we saw a pile of these stones with graphite attached to them, pile in there without any use. It's a waste product, an ideal ground for mosquito breeding. So we want to do something. So we wanted to take that graphite, extract that graphite, and then the stone is also a useful construction material, so both of them. So I'm going to talk on that, and also graphene products and industrial applications. So I'm an honorary consultant to more than 10 Sri Lankan industries. So I don't take any salary from there, but in place of that, they give me research grants. So that is how I produce more than 50 PhDs locally. So Borgala and 10 other, ATG is one of those industries situated in Katunayaka Free Trade Zone, and they produce gloves. So I worked with them for about 15 or more than 15 years by now, and producing several PhDs in solving their own problems. So we introduce new functionalities to their gloves, and there we use graphite to make, I'll discuss that, advanced gloves. And then graphite-based electrodes, basically these electrodes we use for general electrochemical experiments as well as for making metals from the oxides used in the process called FCC Cambridge process. So this is a high temperature electrochemical process. And then finally, I'll wind up with discussing future opportunities and global partnerships. So we, as Sri Lankans, are blessed with a rich source of minerals. As you see, number one, carbon and energy minerals such as graphite, world famous high purity vein graphite. We have also peat, limited deposits of peat also available. And then we have heavy mineral sands, and which are called strategic minerals, found mainly in the coastal sands, ilmenite, rutile, zircon, monazite, which has rare earths and thorium, and garnet sands. We have all these minerals, and then we have industrial minerals, quartz giving you silica, and feldspar, mica, kaolin, bentonite, and also dolomite, calcite, apatite, apatite phosphate, etc. And then metallic mineral occurrences, for example, iron ores, copper, manganese, laterite, titanium minerals. And then Sri Lanka is nicknamed as Ratnadeepa, means gem island. So we have very, very high quality gem minerals. Globally famous, Sri Lanka is legendary for gemstones, blue sapphire, ruby, star sapphire, cat's eye, Terobial, alexandrite, garnet, spinel, topaz, tourmaline, aquamarine, moonstone, zircon gemstones, quartz gemstones. All these gemstones are naturally found in Sri Lanka in the area called Ratnapura. Ratna means again gem, gem city like. The construction materials also we have granite, marble, laterite, sand, clay, gravel. So we are rich in minerals. So most of these strategic minerals for future technologies. Graphite, I mean, of course, we know that graphite has many applications. Among them, applications in batteries, graphene, electrodes, and fuel cells are going to be the current and future opportunities. And then ilmenite and rutile, so we have patented, actually we have a world patent as well as 2 Sri Lankan patents for converting this ilmenite into high quality, 100% pure titanium dioxide, pure white titanium dioxide and iron oxide nanoparticles, and for various applications. And then zircon, so we have converted zircon into zirconia, that is zirconium silicate, into zirconium dioxide, and also zirconium boride, that is a material, very strong material, having applications in extreme environments. And quartz, so of course using FCC Cambridge process, we using our own graphite electrodes as cathodes, we have converted quartz into solar grade silicon. Apatite is hydroxyapatite, we have hydroxy calcium phosphate, that is apatite in Nepal. So it's usually this apatite is used as a fertilizer, SPP and TSP, but of course it has iron phosphate, and also as Professor Peter has published, more than 10% of deposit contains valuable rare earth elements. So fertilizer, phosphorus chemicals, biocompatible. Actually what we did was during this, we had 30 years of war. During that war time, the latter stage, when I visited our orthopedic unit of Peradeniya hospital, I saw large number of soldiers with shattered patients with shattered body parts without having prosthesis for orthopedic transplant. So I formed a group called Bioprosthesis Group, comprising of biologists, computer scientists, design engineers, production engineers, myself as chemist and nanotechnologist, and then orthopedic surgeons, and having had several discussions, we developed custom-made prostheses and transplanted in these needy patients. We have kaolin and clays, so using monazite clay and conducting polymer nanocomposites, we develop various types of catalysts and also fuel cell cathodes. So we, in this summit, we concentrate on graphite. Why graphite matters? I mean, it's a question that answer to which all of you are well aware of. A versatile carbon for advanced technologies and sustainable industries. As you know, lithium-ion battery is the key anode material. So we have developed. I got like a research grant to develop flow batteries. So there, of course, I mean, we use zinc bromine flow, very large surface area graphite electrodes, graphite and with polymer binder. We made using hot press technique like 2 feet by 2 feet like electrodes and assembled 30 of them to make these batteries. So graphite has many applications, not only in lithium-ion batteries, in all the other batteries, and advanced composites because it's lightweight, has a very high strength, corrosion resistant, essential for aerospace, automotive and infrastructure applications. And then, of course, fuel cells and electrodes, because of the high conductivity, chemical stability, and supporting efficient electrochemical reactions, graphite is the wonder material for all these applications. And our latest application is graphite as a cathode material in FSC Cambridge process for making solar grade silicon from silica. Sri Lanka advantage, the strategic resources global potential. Sri Lanka is one of the few countries, including America, with veined graphite. Only 5 countries in the world have veined graphite. We have very high purity, up to like 99% or more, right, in the vein, in the middle of the vein. We have unique crystalline structure, which we have listened to many talks on these things, so I will just pass on these. And what the problem is that we have high purity premium material, strong global demand across multiple sectors, sustainable and future ready resources, strategic advantage for Sri Lanka. However, what the waste at vein boundaries are not fully recovered, insufficient recovery, and underutilization of resources, that creating not utilizing the resources fully. So by adapting innovative, sustainable processing and value addition, Sri Lanka can unlock the full potential of its unique vein graphite. So they are from a natural advantage to a global impact, and with sustainability and responsibility. So I'm going to discuss basically 4 areas, turning challenges into opportunities. So we developed chemical-free flotation technique for carbon enrichment, which is eco-friendly flotation, no harmful chemicals added, high carbon recovery, I will give you details, low operating cost, and cleaner process and effluent. So the second one, I'm going to discuss conversion of waste graphite to expanded graphite, and large quantity of low value waste generated. So, and disposal is a problem, which is an environmental burden. And with these, when you dispose this graphite attached to stones, there is no economic gain. So what we did was, in collaboration with Borgala Graphite, we extracted this graphite from those attached to stones, and then made expanded graphite for many applications. And then graphene products for gloves. So growing demand for advanced protective gloves. So this ATG, they manufacture industrial gloves. They have 4% of global market for industrial gloves. So they wanted us to introduce several advanced functions like super hydrophobicity, that means the gloves that doesn't like water, just like the lotus leaf, doesn't wet these things. So you can work in water also. And then antimicrobial properties, particularly during this COVID time, they were really highly interested in making the gloves antimicrobial, because we developed a face mask that can destroy SARS-CoV-2 also. Using the same technology, we developed these antimicrobial gloves also. Anti-static, because sometimes, particularly in America, you see, you can see when static charges accumulate in your clothes, particularly bad for the females, the clothes tend to go up. So we want to make it slightly conducting, so that this thing would not happen. So import dependence and limited local production. So then, so I discussed this one. I will come into them in detail. So this is first one, the chemical-free flotation. The principle is very simple, as you know. Graphite is naturally hydrophobic. Graphite does not like water unless it has a lot of hydroxyl and carboxylate groups. Usually, natural graphite, pure graphite is non-polar, means no electron separation, sp2 carbon layers. Therefore, they don't interact with water. And if you put graphite water droplet on graphite, it stays almost like spherical, just like water sitting on lotus leaf, with over 150 contact angle. And if you tilt it by about 10 degrees, water falls off without wetting the graphite surface. So therefore, when you float graphite in water with air bubbles, so graphite particles attach onto air bubbles. And any material, impurities that is present in graphite, if they are hydrophilic, if they like water, they remain in water. So that's the way when graphite particles float up, so they gradually remove this what geologists call Ganji materials, inclusion compounds, and those things. I will give you the values also, and then we can get considerably pure graphite if you start with impure graphite. And we published that in scientific reports, Nature Portfolio Journal in 2021. So Borgala graphite, we have 90 to 95% of carbon, that stuff we use. Contains silica, clay minerals, iron oxides, trace sulfide, most probably iron pyrites, FeS2. So this is the general method of flotation. So these graphite particles are suspended in water with air spurred to it. So the air generates froth, and then these graphite particles attach onto these air bubbles and float upwards, and the smallest particles float on the surface. So we can scrape these graphite particles out from there to get purified graphite. So in our method, we use very simple technique. So this is our Sri Lankan vein graphite, and A is flakes of radial graphite, B flakes of straighted graphite, and C needle plated graphite, different morphologies of graphite. And then we chip them to get small chips of graphite, and then ball mill for 20 minutes to get powdered graphite, we call it PG, and then stirred in deionized water using a glass rod. And what you see is graphite particles float up, and then we can collect this floated graphite. Chemical analysis, Professor Vittel also briefly showed you, it has carbon atom increased by due to flotation. As you see, this is FG's floated graphite. This is a ball mill graphite particles, PG. So if you start with very low, so comparatively low carbon percentage like 85%, you can increase to carbon percentage to like 96%. And whereas oxygen here, we can almost like 10% to like 2.5% you can reduce likewise. So therefore, this flotation gives you carbon enrichment and increase in quality of graphite. So we have measured all other elements like these things: carbon, oxygen, silicon, sulfur, magnesium, iron, aluminium, and copper. So copper in the original particles, we had very small percentage, but we when you floated material, we could not beyond detection, we could not detect any copper. However, aluminium has been concentrated in a very small amount. Maybe aluminium percentage there are different ways of these impurities present in graphite. Maybe it does not go into there, it can enrich. You see iron also 0.22, so there is very slight increase. Magnesium, we had magnesium all gone. Sulfur is a very small percentage. And silicon mineral like silica may be drastic. Silica goes to water, so silicon like 5% has gone to 0.3%, 2.23% to 0.1% like. So you see that you can increase the carbon percentage and reduce the oxygen and silicon content. Basically, you can remove silica impurities. And we have characterized these materials in collaboration with Toyota Technology Institute in Japan. Professor Yoshimura, he's a very good friend of ours, with various techniques. This is low magnification bright field TE image of this PG particle graphite specimen. So all these things, I'm not going to go into details. These are like floated graphite. The advantages, like you will see it in the next slide. Difference in powdered and floated graphite. The powdered and floated graphite samples have some differences in their crystallite size, morphologies, and purities. So, when you float it, the crystals tend to shrink. Shrinkage of crystal size. Flotation has resulted in shrinking of crystallite size due to removing mineral inclusions, basically silica, within the interlayers. And the increased edge defects in so when you float it and stir, maybe because then this when you compare to the powdered graphite, floated graphite has more edge defects. That is because the floating and stirring may have created increased amount of defects on the crystal. Changes in surface chemical bonds. PGs, there is 4% reduction of CC bonds, CC double bonds, and increase 3% increase in CC single bonds, and 11% increase in COC in PG. The fewer layers in crystallized. So that is the most important. The number of layers present crystallized has been remarkably decreased in FG, floated graphite, compared to that of powdered graphite. So in the sense that this has over 66 layers according to this study, but this study, see, T images of folded edges of PG specimen consists more than 68 layers. The calculated interlay distance of 0.339 nanometer corresponding to 002 graphite crystalline. Here you see showing primary single crystalline nature, the calculated internet distance of this is P, this is FG, I'm sorry. It is 0.326 and corresponding to only 16 layers. Here you can count these layers here, only 16, whereas here more than 64. Economic significance. Final floated graphite achieved more than 97.3% carbon purity, starting from 85% very low purity graphite, and then suitable for high value application. Of course, you need to further refine for nuclear furnaces, advanced materials, composite electronics, etc. Even more than 99%, but still remember this is waste graphite we are talking about. So increasing the purity by more than 10%. High purity process graphite commands sustainability, substantially higher market value than raw feed graphite. Of course, you know that. Our simple flotation route delivers 5 to 16 times value addition compared to raw graphite. Further value addition can be unlocked by finer sizing and impurity removal, magnetic separation and other things to remove iron impurities. So these are the data: raw graphite, carbon percentage 80 to 88%. The cost is somewhere around 400 to 800 USD per ton. But purified graphite, if it is above 97%, as of today's Google says it's like 1,500 to 4,000 USD per ton. High purity graphite above 99%, 5,000 to 10,000 USD per ton. And engineered coated spherical graphite over 99%, 8,000 to 15,000 USD. So if you, even without discarding, if you extract this waste graphite, then convert into high pure graphite, you can increase the value enormously. So I move on to the next one. Stop. This is so floating the waste graphite problem. So significant amount of high quality graphite remains attached to host rock at vein boundaries and is lost during conventional processing, because usually we use a mechanical method, so we can't hammer and take this graphite from stones without having this contamination from stone pieces and particles. During milling and processing, graphite in vein boundaries is not recovered. So graphite remains locked on rock surfaces, not liberated for recovery, discarded with the Ganji as waste. Low overall graphite recovery here. So what we did was, I'll show you what we did. So this is this graphite, and then we powdered it, and then before that I think we better go to this one. So we have this acid mixture, sulfuric acid and nitric acid, 8:1 volume ratio, and when you put the stones with graphite attached to them, graphite delaminates and go into this acid mixture. I can take stones and wash them with water and use them for construction purposes. So graphite attached rock can be, then we heat it at 600 degrees in an oven. Rapid heating converts intercalated, because here the nitrate and sulfate are intercalated inside these graphite layers. So when you heat it, what happens is this intercalated graphite forms what is just like worm, like this kind of very special elongated particles with highly expanded interlayer. So graphite bearing white rock, acid treatment, intercalated graphite, thermal, then we have thermal expansion at 600 degrees, and we get worm-like expanded graphite with high value product. You know why it is a very high value? So this is like the graphite attached to stones, and we get this worm-like expanded graphite. And if you take pure, normal pure graphite, we can powder it and ball mill powdered graphite. So when you heat it, you don't get such an expansion. I'll give you the data also. So we have done a CME DAX analysis of all these materials. So before heating at 600 for 15 minutes, here acid treatment graphite attached rock pieces, we call it AEG, before and after heat treatment. So 83, almost like 84%. Now 97.5% carbon. Oxygen, their weight percentage here, before heating we had 0.04% and reduced to 0.02. So this is likewise, you can see most of these things are reduced. Basically, the carbon percentage has increased because other materials, particularly oxygen, removed. And then this is after heating. This is B is ball mill graphite. This is 83.98, increased to 92.03 after heating. And this is 12.4% carbon to 6.64. 0.03 aluminum remains as it is. Sulfur has increased because when you calculate the percentage, when something is reduced, the other tend to increase. That when you have limited elements. Whereas ball mill graphite, we had almost like 97.55%, and then weight percent decreased to 93.84 because the good graphite, when you heat it, it absorbs oxygen from oxygen functionalities. Oxygen amount, weight percentage from 2 to 5.85, 3.85% increase. So the process innovation is two-step. This is a two-step route: acid extraction followed by heat treatment at 600 degrees for 15 minutes. So it gives you efficient recovery graphite attached to vein back rock waste, and purification and expansion, impurity reduction during treatment, and produces worm-like expanded graphite, high performance material. So we have demonstrated that oil sorption capacity. Oil spills are very common in oil transportation routes along the sea. So if you take 1 gram of this expanded graphite, like one, say, ice cream box, like 1 gram, it's very light. So that amount of expanded graphite, you entrap in a nylon mat, make a nylon mat, nylon cover, and put these things. And when you put in spilled oil, 1 gram can absorb 120 gram of oil. And then you can take that mat and squeeze to get the oil out and reuse this mat to recover more oil. So this is a high porosity and large surface area, and also highly expanded nature, giving enough interlayer space for oil molecules to selectively go. As you know, oil doesn't like water, graphite doesn't like water, but oil and graphite, they like each other. So therefore, when oil is on water, oil floats on water. When you put graphite, oil goes into graphite. Additional opportunity, as you saw, ball mill graphite shows potential to direct carbon dioxide capture. The carbon percentage, oxygen percentage has been increased due to capturing of carbon dioxide. We have revealed that in our paper. So these are the expanded graphite mats we produce for oil recovery. So that one I discussed, this expanded graphite based smart gloves. So we introduce very slight conductivity by using Vogel 4 micron graphite dispersion. And then what happens is this gloves has conductivity so that with the gloves you can operate your cell phone and computer or anything. So that is the advantage. The industrialists, when they work in industry, they can remove glove and operate phone. So with this you can do it. So this is one of those functions among many that we have introduced. We made carboxylated graphite and attached them onto this nitrile butadiene material. So then finally I'm going to discuss mineral-based composite electrodes from Sri Lanka. So with this Vogel graphite, we developed these electrode materials for various electrochemical applications. So the graphite, kaolinite and cement composite made at Industrial Technology Institute by my PhD student Sujit. So shows very good electrochemical behavior as demonstrated by iron 2, iron 3 electrochemistry cyclic voltammetry. And also we published that in these chemical papers. And also graphite, colloidal graphite and monometallic clay composite electrodes also show very excellent electrochemistry, as well as when you deposit polyaniline on it, we can make supercapacitor with capacitance 782 farad per gram. Not as large as that of activated carbon supercapacitors, but you can get reasonable capacitance of 782 farads per gram. Then of course this is we constructed in situ at there in Industrial Technology Institute in Colombo to convert silica into silicon. This is a stainless steel chamber with chain highs, very heavy, and we use graphite active electrode 1 centimeter diameter as the cathode and painted with copper connector. So that this graphite is the graphite that we use from Vogel. So this graphite can graphite electrode can act as cathode, molybdenum wire anode in calcium chloride liquid at high temperature. We can convert silica into silicon with very high purity. If the purity is graphite is high, then we can get, if we take quartz that is 100% silica, we can convert almost like 100% silicon, that's solar grade silicon. So silica with graphite cathode in molten calcium chloride electrolyte at 900 degrees using this FCC cell, we can get silicon, solar grade silicon. Also, we have any other titanium dioxide to titanium, zirconia to zircon, alumina to aluminium, iron oxide to iron, and metal oxide, if you have mixture, we can get alloys as well. This is a versatile process to produce many metals from the oxides and alloys. So we have demonstrated, he did his PhD on that by converting silica into silicon. So they are transporting natural graphite into advanced electrodes for sustainable metallurgical innovations and a cleaner future. Key takeaways, last slide. Sri Lanka has unique high purity waste graphite. Waste graphite can become high value materials as long as you process them. Proven applications, oil recovery, electrodes, graphene products, etc. Strong potential for international scale-up. And finally, USA collaborations and future directions. We can build partnerships, driving innovation, creating global impact. Strong foundation of innovation. Our research in advanced graphite materials has demonstrated significant potential for real-world applications. Value of USA collaborations. US partnership bring complementary expertise, as we witnessed, advanced facilities that we have, and global networks that accelerate our journey from lab to market. Then mutual benefits. Collaborations create value for both nations, advance in science, driving innovation, and addressing global sustainability challenges. Then sustainable impact. Together we can develop transformative technologies that contribute to a cleaner environment, energy security, and a better future. Commitment to collaboration. We are committed to building long-term, mutually beneficial partnerships with US universities, research institutes, and industries. You are all welcome. We will make a big network so that we can work together more efficiently and quickly as well. Key takeaway, by connecting our strengths and sharing our vision, we can lead the way forward, innovative solutions and a sustainable future for generations to come. And thank you. And we appreciate your time and attention. Let's continue working together towards innovation and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that long list of accomplishments. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
We have time for some questions.
Yes.
That was a really great talk. Thanks for sharing all that information. I have a very basic question about the mineral-based composite electrodes. What is the role of the clays in those electrodes?
Binder.
Binder. Okay.
Binder, yeah. Otherwise, I mean, graphite particles, they don't stick each other. So you need to have binder. So that's, I mean, we have increased the percentage like from 10%, 20%, 30%, 50, 60, likewise, and optimized the percentage of clay also in there. So without which, I mean, you can't have a electrode with the attached particles, the binder. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation. My question is related to the chemical-free flotation.
Yeah.
With your experiments, it is clear that the carbon rate is increased.
Yeah.
What about the recovery, sir? The quantity-wise per ton?
Well, I mean, usually you eliminate all these materials that are not floating. So that is hydrophilic material, like the inclusion compounds.
Okay.
So when you calculate, it's over 95% we can recover, but it depends on the size also. The small size particles, they move fast so that we can recover them, and then the large particles, as you know, they take time, but then you recover. Right, so as you know, if the impurity percentage is less, then the carbon percentage, of course, we can take almost all. Right, we can remove most of the impurities that are gone into water, but otherwise, I mean, some impurities, they remain, of course, as I showed you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for that really interesting talk. I'm curious if, have these been attempted at Bogala or any of these operations sort of at a larger scale or as?
Well, I mean, Bogala, you are already using these flotation techniques to improve, yeah. So we collaborate with Bogala so we can move forward. Of course, the Sri Lanka Institute of Nanotechnology also, actually, I'm the person who initiated it together with 4 others. So, although I don't work there, so that's the place where they can, they use these technologies like making expanded graphite, and there Manju, Dr. Manju Gunawardena, Mr. Manju, he is making these expanded graphite mats for oil recovery, and he's also making graphene products. So we can, there's a big commercial potential, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one more.
Yes, yeah.
Fantastic presentation, Professor Rajapaksa. And you have wonderful accomplishments with papers and all the research. I was wondering what is the technology readiness level in some of those products, if you want to scale up, where you are right now and what will be the next steps?
Well, we are in the university, so scaling up and commercial application for a university academics is not that easy, so we have to collaborate with an industry. Okay. So even our previous product like face mask, for example, so I collaborated with Sarasa Industries. So then, this is like 50% of the work. Yeah. Scaling up and this one is also, there's another 50% research there. So maybe less than 50% here. 60% there for scaling up and all these things to be done there. So we have shown that, we have proven that these processes are plausible. Yeah. So therefore, with the industry, other industries, so other graphite industries also, Kahatagaha, Ragedra, etc., we can develop these products. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kate Harrison, talking about graphite for battery applications. Welcome.
I'll let you do it. All right, hi, I'm Katie Harrison, and I'm going to talk about battery applications. So this is a schematic of a battery. We've talked about this a little bit, but not in a lot of detail, so I'll go over it again. In a battery, you have two electrodes, a cathode, which is more positive, and an anode, which is the negative electrode. The anode is where the graphite is being used. And then when you discharge a battery, you have lithium ions that move from one of the electrodes to the other, from the anode to the cathode, and that releases an electron to go through the external circuit. That's how you actually get power from a battery. So the other important component of the battery then is the electrolyte, where you also have lithium ions that need to be transported. I wanted to start by talking about the importance of graphite in batteries. So you may remember in 2019 there was a Nobel Prize in chemistry for the invention of the lithium-ion battery. This started in the 70s with Stan Whittingham, who developed the first cathode material that ended up not being very useful, titanium disulfide, but it was the first conceptual understanding of this intercalation process where you can actually put ions into these crystal structures of these materials and take them back out reversibly. Then John Goodenough in 1980 developed what we still use today, lithium cobalt oxide, and that was the first really commercially viable cathode material for lithium-ion batteries, but we were still missing an anode for a long time that was feasible. And so in 1985, Akira Yoshino demonstrated that you could use petroleum coke as an anode. So still not quite graphite, but this was the first reversibly useful anode that could be used for lithium-ion batteries. And then eventually that petroleum coke turned into graphite. Actually, graphite was known to intercalate lithium before this petroleum coke demonstration, but it had some issues with certain electrolytes intercalating in between the sheets and actually exfoliating the graphite. So it took a while to develop the electrolytes that enabled graphite to work. That happened somewhere around 1990, and then the commercial batteries have used graphite ever since. So you can see there's a lot of different cathodes listed here. They've been successfully commercialized, many different cathode systems. And there's some other anodes like lithium titanate that have been developed. And there's many that are under development that people are trying to commercialize. There's more than just what I've listed here. But graphite is about 95% of the market or more for lithium-ion batteries. So we cannot overstate the importance of graphite for lithium-ion batteries. It's going to be around for a long time, and it's a very important material. Okay, so in terms of graphite, there's a lot of synthetic material that's used. If we look at the ratio of natural to synthetic that's produced, that is more synthetic than natural, but you can see that both have been growing over the years, so we're continuing to increase the amount of both natural and synthetic graphite. In terms of natural graphite, in 2022, and this may have changed a little bit, the distribution was 12% amorphous, 87% flake, and 0.2% vein graphite. Now, where does all that graphite go? Where's the bulk of the application space? So in 2023, the usage of graphite, so not the production, but the usage, was about 46% in industrial electrodes. So think of things like steel electric arc furnace electrodes. Those use a lot of graphite, and it's 100% synthetic in that application. For batteries, that's about 38% of the market, but this is the market that's growing very rapidly and causing some of these supply chain choke points because so much of it is needed for the growing EV and BESS fields. That's about 75% synthetic and 25% natural. It does depend on the application, and these numbers change a little depending on which source you look at. So for batteries, China controls about 90% of the battery-grade graphite. They have a really strong hold on this market, so that's the concern, having one country that controls this much of the market. Traditionally, natural has been used because it's cheaper than synthetic, but synthetic can be made more consistent. It typically can be made to have higher crystallinity and better performance. And I'll talk a little bit about how properties relate to performance in a few slides. And then another important thing to note is a lot of graphite gets wasted. So during the spheronization process, we lose a lot of graphite, particularly from natural graphite, because you classify the particle sizes. And so it takes about 700 kilotons of natural graphite to make about 280 kilotons of actual usable graphite. So that's a lot of waste. There's also the refractory and foundry applications. That's mostly synthetic. And then about 5% of the market is these other applications, specialty markets, and that can be natural or synthetic depending on which market you're talking about. Okay, so if we start with synthetic, then we have carbon sources that we have to use, and those can be a lot of things, but most commonly this is petroleum coke. And then those get graphitized in some way. So thermal graphitization is very common. People try and use catalytic in the literature, but that's not very common industrially yet because you have to clean out the catalyst. And then there's some of these other types of approaches like we heard about in the last talk with molten salt electrolysis, for example, but these are certainly not the bulk of the commercial market. So we can start with synthetic graphite, we can start with natural graphite or recycled graphite, and then all of those graphites need to be processed for their specific application. So those different processing techniques depend on the application, but they can be purification, shaping, coating, machining, or extruding and composite mixing. So these are all dependent on which application you choose. Now we've talked about a lot of these applications, maybe with the exception of nuclear, and I have a slide about that at the end that we can talk about a little bit. Okay, so for batteries in particular, which is what I'm going to focus on today, the 3 steps that are really, really important is purification, shaping, and coating. So we've heard a lot about this 99% pure Sri Lankan graphite. That's not enough. We have to do these steps. We must shape, we must coat, and we must purify. So we need to start with that 99% or lower in a lot of cases and get it to where it needs to be. So what does that look like? For natural graphite, that's typically mining and flotation, then shaping, and then these purification steps. The purification can be hydrofluoric acid, high temperature, and we're talking 2,500 to 3,000 degrees, so very, very high temperature to vaporize these impurities and to further graphitize the material. It can be a caustic treatment, or it can be carbochlorination, where you use chlorine gas to help bind with the impurities, and then you can do it at lower temperature. You also do similar processing for synthetic graphite. So if we're starting from something like petroleum coke, you still have to go through that shaping process, and then you have to graphitize it at high temperature. Typically that's an Atchison furnace, although people would love to turn this into a continuous process to save money. Lengthwise and catalytic are other options that are used sometimes in certain fields. In batteries, it's mostly Atchison. And then we have to coat the material just like we do with natural graphite. Typically, that's some sort of pitch coating. Okay, so the reason that we choose to process these materials so much in batteries is because it gets us to better performance. So we do a lot of size optimization and classification because we need it to be certain sizes so that we can pack those spherical particles as densely as we can into porous electrodes. That increases the energy density of the cells, and it also has performance implications. And then we spherinize those particles so that they're in these sort of egg-shaped or spherical type of geometries. So you take these relatively flat directional sheets that would stack sort of in the way shown here, and then you mix them into these sort of spherical shapes, and that changes where you can get lithium to go into the structure, and it also changes that packing density. Then in terms of purification, we want to prevent side reactions and electrochemical losses from impurities being in the material. And it also increases the crystallinity and decreases defects to have these materials removed, these impurities removed. So that's really important. We also need to do surface coating so that we can increase our rate capability, reduce side reactions, and typically that's a pitch coating, but it varies a little bit by manufacturer. Another challenge with battery graphite, especially in the US, is that there's no standardization. So if you go to a lot of different companies, they are going to give you a different spec sheet that you have to meet for that graphite. There's more than 100 of these spec sheets, so some companies have been very frustrated with this process because they have to cater their product to each company. Okay, so the reason that we care about processing graphite and getting those properties out of it is because they all relate to electrochemical performance in the battery. So the things that we care about from an electrochemical standpoint are the capacity, which is the amount of charge we can store per unit mass or volume. Things that matter for that are things like graphitization, degree, and purity. We care about the coulombic efficiency, so when you charge a battery and you put energy into it, how much charge do you actually get out of that? We want that to be 99.99+%, so it has to be very pure to not have side reactions that cause that to be low. We care about electrical resistance, and again, we need purity and phase composition and low defects in the structure to do that. We care about lithium ion transport. We need to be able to move lithium ions really quickly through this material and reversibly, and it gets stuck and gets blocked if we have defects and impurities. We care about rate performance, which is how quickly you can charge or discharge a battery, and there's a lot of properties that get us to rate performance. That's one of the things that's particularly challenging with natural graphite to get to this high rate performance. And then we care a lot about cycle and calendar life. So how many times can you cycle the battery reversibly without losing more than 20% of the charge? And how long can it sit when you're not cycling the battery and not degrade the capacity? So at National Lab of the Rockies, where I come from, we do a lot of graphite research, and that ranges across the whole supply chain. So if we're starting with carbon sources, we work on using bio-derived sources to make graphite for things like industrial electrodes and batteries, and then we test them for batteries and process them for batteries. We also have projects where we work on recycling of graphite from battery materials, including things like reshaping it and reprocessing it to get it to back to sort of its early stage performance. And we do coatings and chemical treatments of these materials to try and improve the performance and get them back to where they were, and that applies to both recycled graphite and pristine or synthesized graphite. We also have a lot of work in supply chain analysis and techno-economic analysis to understand where the bottlenecks are in the supply chain and what the cost is of these types of material innovations, especially things like the bio-coke systems. And then on the application side, we work a lot in validating graphite for new sources, because that's been a challenge when we've talked to companies about this. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So when we're validating or characterizing graphite, what are we doing? What are the tests that are commonly run? So we look at compositional purity with many of the techniques listed here. We look at electronic properties. That matters a lot for batteries and other applications. We look at bulk material properties like particle size analysis, surface area, and things like that. We look at defect structure. We do a lot of Raman and XRD to understand how good this graphite is, how graphitized it is. And then we look at multi-link scale morphology. We have a lot of work using machine learning tools to try and correlate what we can see in an SEM with TEM images and trying to understand across many link scales what we can about these materials. The image shown here is a nano CT image where we've taken a chunk of an electrode out and we've colored it for different properties that it has. So for example, there are open cracks and closed cracks in graphite particles. A closed crack means it can't see the electrolyte, so it doesn't cause losses. An open crack, on the other hand, you can get electrolyte into and then it increases surface area. So we try and characterize properties like that in our graphite systems. In terms of thermal properties, we look at calorimetry and xenon flash. We care about thermal conductivity for batteries as well, because that can lead to safety problems if we don't have the right properties there, or it can exacerbate safety. And then we look at mechanical properties as well. We're back. Okay. Okay. Oh, and this didn't quite, some things didn't show up in the PDF, I guess. But I'll go through it anyway. So this is a project I wanted to highlight on validation of new supply chains for graphite. And this is a project that the Transportation Technologies Office at Department of Energy has funded. It's called EVALs, or Enhanced Validation of Advanced Battery Supply Chains. And I mentioned already that we had talked to companies about their problems with validation. And what we learned is that they would go to all these companies to sell their graphite, and then they'd be given 100 different spec sheets. And then once they met those spec sheets, it took another 3 to 7 years to get their material into that product that they were trying to sell into. That's a very long time if you're a startup who has already tuned the material to these different applications and they're having trouble selling it. And these are all for similar applications, right? You go to 5 EV manufacturers and they will give you a different spec sheet. So what we work on in this project is trying to understand how the properties that they're measuring actually correlate to performance, and how do we speed up that process of validation for these companies. So using things like machine learning models to correlate features in the electrochemical data with eventual degradation mechanisms. That's one way we can sort of speed up the validation. Okay, and then I'm going to channel my friends at Idaho National Lab for a minute. I'm a battery person, but we've had a lot of conversations with Idaho National Lab about qualifying nuclear graphite. So at National Lab of the Rockies, we report to the Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation Office, so that is our focus. But Idaho National Lab really focuses on nuclear issues. So graphite is a very important thing for them. They do a lot of qualification of graphite in their nuclear reactors. So for advanced nuclear reactors, we care about structural graphite, which is typically synthetic, and fuel graphite, which can be synthetic or natural. Qualification takes a very, very long time. And what we really want in terms of properties are, for the fuel, you need very high thermal conductivity, and you need it to be strong under irradiation. The fuel protects, or the graphite in the fuel particles protect you from not melting the fuel and having it break out of those particles. And then for structural graphite, we need high relative strength. We need isotropic response under radiation, which isn't trivial for graphite, which is very anisotropic. And then it's typically a 15% porous microstructure, so you have to really engineer these usually with synthetic graphite to make it into that 15% microstructure pore. And so I'll just put a plug in for my colleague William Wins at Idaho National Lab. He couldn't be here today, but he helped me put together this slide so that we could talk a little bit about nuclear graphite. And I'm going to skip this last slide and just say thanks, and I'd be happy to take questions.
We can entertain one question, please.
Excellent, Rob. This dendrite formation of lithium is a big problem, isn't it, still? You need to engineer the graphite surface so that there are no, how do you?
Yeah, so, sorry, I'm really loud, I got excited. So we actually had a large consortium on fast charging lithium, and the problem there, or fast charging graphite, right? The problem is that you dip in potential and then you plate lithium and it causes dendrites. So a lot of it is how you engineer the graphite structure. So you really have to understand your transport limitations in your cell. One of the things that we did to mitigate that is called laser ablation, where you take an electrode and you laser scribe patterns into it to have fast lithium ion channels for diffusion. And that allows you to fast charge because, yeah, you don't plate lithium then because you can move ions, right? The trick is move the ions as quick as you can. Yeah, so we can talk about that later if you would like.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kent Griffith, and he's going to speak to us about structural characterization and intercalation mechanisms of graphite for electrochemical energy storage.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here in Sri Lanka and share with you. So what we're going to do now, and I'm glad we had this dendrite question, actually. That's a perfect place for me to start. We're going to go one level deeper, and pretty much my entire talk is going to be what happens between effectively 2 of those sheets of graphene inside of graphite when we're using it as a lithium-ion battery. So we're going to zoom in a little bit further, essentially, on what's going on inside of graphite in a battery. And so to start with that, we're going to show one of these pictures essentially of on the left, this is a battery discharge curve. So we plot voltage versus capacity. And another way, so capacity is represented on the top x-axis. So that's how much energy we have stored. And then on the bottom x-axis, we can also essentially rewrite that exact same metric in composition, right? So a fully lithiated graphite, as we describe it, is 1 lithium per 6 carbon atoms. So LiC6 is our end product. Another way to represent this exact same data is the curve shown on the right, which is just a derivative plot of what's on the left. Why would we want to do that, you might ask? Well, the reason is because when we have what we're going to see are phase transitions in this graphite, those phase transitions can be sort of subtle on a normal discharge curve. When you take the derivative, you get these really sharp peaks. And if it's a subtle phase transition, you might get a small peak. But this is really informative of us when we're thinking about structurally what's happening inside the graphite, what's happening to the graphite. We want to understand those phase transitions because a phase transition has huge implications for the kinetics that we were just hearing about of how fast can lithium transport inside the battery. And also it's typically where we undergo the largest chemomechanical strain. And so you'll see that as well. But imagine if you're going from phase A to phase B and they have a difference of 5 volume percent, that's all happening at a single point if it's a two-phase phase transition, and so there's an enormous strain on your battery. So we're going to think about these kind of figures, and why I wanted to connect it to the dendrite question we just had is something that's a little bit more fundamental about graphite and a small subset of materials like graphite that are intercalating lithium at a voltage that is so close to the lithium metal plating potential. So note the scale of the y-axis on my plot on the left, which I think the arrow works. Yeah, so we are at about 0.1 volts versus, it should be Li plus Li. But essentially that means we're at 0.1 volts above where lithium metal wants to plate, where it wants to form dendrites, where the thermodynamic process would be dendrite formation. But this battery was cycled, at a very low rate, right? If you have a battery that's undergoing fast charging, or if you have a battery, more importantly in some ways, if you have a battery that is an electrode that is made with some heterogeneity, different portions of that electrode might experience a different local potential. And if that local potential ever reaches an overpotential of just 100 millivolts or less, bam, lithium dendrites will form. And so this local dendritic formation that either happens because you have heterogeneity or because you have a high overpotential due to a high current density can form these safety events. So that's one of the reasons why, it's incredible how well graphite works as an anode material when you think about it. And it's because of all of the things that Katie just said. And it's the same reason why someone new to this field would say, do we really have to bother doing all of that, right? That's so much work. We already had 99% pure graphite. Why do I have to do all these steps? That's the answer. It's right there. So hopefully that kind of gives us a picture of why we are dealing with what we are dealing with. Okay, and now straight into it. So again, I said I promised we're going to be inside the sheets the whole time. And so what we're looking at now is that series of phase transitions. So in the next couple slides, I'll take you through some sort of pictures of what this looks like. There are slight differences between how people describe these phases, but overall, we are going through a series of on the order of kind of 5 different phase transitions of what lithium does inside graphite. So at the high voltages above 0.2, essentially, we have this process that doesn't contribute very much capacity at all to graphite, meaning not very much lithium is stored. And that's described as like a gas-like or a liquid-like phase. What it really just means is the lithium is very rapidly intercalating in there. It's moving very quickly. It's spread apart, as you can imagine, because there's very little graphite. And so it doesn't order. And then I didn't actually show, but above that, on the first discharge, you also have the formation of a surface electrolyte interphase. So that's what we call the SEI in the battery community. And This ideally sort of forms and then is stable on the first cycle of this battery, on the first discharge of this battery, and that's what allows our lithium-ion battery to work. So the SEI, again, is one of these things that it's quite incredible that we can use graphite because it is thermodynamically unstable inside a battery with respect to the electrolytes that we use. None of them are really very stable below 0.8 or 1 volts relative to lithium, and so they should continuously react. But we form a passivation layer on graphite that is analogous to the passivation layer on aluminum foil, right? The reason that we can use aluminum foil in air is because an oxide naturally forms, and then that prevents further reaction because it is a dense and stable oxide as opposed to the oxide films that form on some other metals. So we do that on graphite, at least in lithium-ion batteries, and that enables us to operate at low voltage, which is important because at these low voltages is where all of the lithium goes in. And then we go through what are described as like a series of staged graphites. And I want to get to the pictures on the next couple slides soon too. But the way to think about these stages is essentially that, first we have graphite, a certain amount of graphite going in between each planes. And there's two things we consider. We can consider how much graphite is within one set of planes. And then we can also consider, is there lithium between the planes, is the first question. The second question is how does every plane have lithium in it or not? So when we describe these 4, 3, 2, and 1 stages, those refer to what is the spacing between sheets of graphite or graphene that have lithium in them. So let me give an example. So the stage 4 process has lithium in between one set of layers, and then the next 3 are empty. So only every 4 layers actually contain lithium, which is interesting, right? Because you can imagine there would be other ways to fill graphite. But it turns out that the low energy form is to fill only every 4th layer, and then every 3rd layer, and then every 2nd layer. And then eventually, once every 2nd layer is full, then we fill we fill lithium between every set of sheets. And so that's the stage 1. If it's a little bit hard to imagine what that looks like, let's get to something like this. So it's easiest to represent these more highly lithiated processes. So this is the stage 2, which is LiC12, and stage 1, which is our end product of LiC6. So a couple things. So one is that you can see essentially how much lithium is going in, right? We have this certain packing sequence on these figures on the right, and lithium arranges itself in the kind of box that's outlined here in both of these figures. But another difference is that actually the stacking sequence of the carbon changes too. So again, if you're saying I don't care about lithium, I want to know what the carbon is doing, the stacking sequence of the carbon is actually changing as well. So we go from these eclipse layers to ones that are more directly overlapped as the layers separate. The way you can imagine it is we all know that graphite is held together by these weak van der Waals forces in between the layers. But once you put lithium in, those van der Waals forces effectively become insignificant, and it's really the bonding to the lithium that matters. And since the bonding to the lithium is what matters, the relationship between the graphite sheets is sort of lost. Another interesting thing to point out on this slide is that the ordering of the lithium within a given layer is actually identical in the LiC12 and the LiC6. So if you're looking at a layer of this that has lithium in it, it would look the same. The only difference between these is how many layers have lithium in them, which again is interesting because there are other ways that one could imagine of intercalating lithium. So this is really just another picture of that and a way to show that in-plane ordering, both what it looks like and that it's the same. Because in a moment we'll come to thinking about how lithium diffuses through these layers as well. Okay. But before we get there, we're going to think about the expansion of graphite as we put lithium in. And so we all, again, kind of understand there is this total volume expansion, but that total volume expansion is not taken continuously. And so what you can see over on the left, so the plot on the right is sort of some original sort of fun data from 1991. And the plot on the left is a more complete set going all the way from Li0 to Li1C6. And what you see is that at this initial stage, two things. One is that it's a kind of continuous expansion. That layer spacing goes from about 3.35 up to about 3.5 or 3.53 angstroms. And it's relatively continuous. So that's the opposite of what I described a moment ago, where you would have some sudden large strain we would describe as a large chemomechanical strain on the system. However, in going from stage 2 to stage 1, that's a discrete process, a two-phase mechanism. And so there, and as well, you can see that there is a large volume change associated with that. So the two things to consider are how much does the volume change overall, and that's on the order of about 13% as you fully lithiate graphite from original C6 to LiC6, but it's also how is that strain accommodated, and here it's accommodated first continuously and then in a stepwise manner. So combining all of that together, we can think about this phase diagram essentially of lithium graphite. And so what's nice about these battery discharge curves that we measure is we're actually essentially measuring thermodynamics, right? You're measuring voltage on the y-axis, and voltage can be converted to free energy, just via the Nernst equation. So it's very unique amongst the kind of measurements that we can do in analytical or physical chemistry, because we're directly measuring the thermodynamics as a function of composition. So for anybody who thinks about phase diagrams, this is perfect. It's an easy to measure TX phase diagram, or if you did it as a function of temperature. And so on the left here, again, is showing some older data, but where there was some temperature difference measured in the lithiation of graphite. And the only real thing of note here is that there is this sort of relevant difference at temperatures that we do operate in, so around 10 degrees Celsius, there is a change in our phase diagram where we sort of skip over some of the possible orderings of lithium and graphite. And so we do see differences both in the kinetics, but also even how lithium orders within graphite at these near ambient conditions. Okay, so with that, just a moment on how we characterize the atomic and the electronic structure. So obviously data on the layer expansion is coming from diffraction, and that's really useful. But we also can get data from something that my lab specializes in, which is solid state NMR spectroscopy. And what's nice about this type of data in many systems, but here the example is graphite, of course, is that we can look at the response both atomically and electronically of different environments. And we don't have any requirement for long-range ordering. So even if we don't have order that would show up in diffraction, we can still see the individual lithium ions or the individual carbon ions that would show up in data like this of lithium NMR on the left and carbon NMR on the right, and we can differentiate what those environments look like. And then in my last minute I want to speak about lithium diffusion. So you see here that in order for lithium to move through this structure, we first have to go from its natural site down here at the bottom through an energy barrier. So this is our sort of kinetic energy barrier. And then we have to move to a site that's too close to another lithium. So that site is also still relatively high in energy. It's only when we move to another site that is further away from the lithium that we actually get to something that is stable again. And that process is relatively fast, except when you reach an ordering point. So at Li 0.5 and at Li 1, your diffusivity drops by about 2 orders of magnitude because you reach this point where lithium is ordering. And so when lithium is ordering, the diffusivity is very slow. Then in my final 20 seconds, I'll mention that in future directions for research, we can also think about the intercalation of other species besides lithium into graphite. So there's a lot of interest in potassium intercalation into graphite because it actually happens at about the same voltage, meaning that you can get a high voltage battery with potassium. That's very hard to get with lithium. And you can even intercalate other cations into graphite, other ions into graphite that are not cations at all, but you can intercalate anions and do something what's called a dual ion battery, where you could use graphite as both the cathode and the anode, and the difference is that you could intercalate a cation on the anode side and an anion on the cathode side and form a 4 or even 5 volt battery using graphite as both electrodes as future battery technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't resist asking the question, are those graphite polytypes, or is the stacking relatively random when you intercalate all those lithium atoms?
So the stacking will be ordered still, but it's ordered, held together by the ordered lithium forces between it rather than the graphite forces. But it's still ordered.
Can you see it on an atom probe?
Not sure.
Fair enough. Thank you. All right, so I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Igor Barasuka. I think we know Igor. And Igor's going to talk to us today about graphite as battery feedstock.
All right. So, valued colleagues, this is supposed to be a technical talk, and I am going to try to introduce to you some of the industrial methods, and I'm going to have some surprising information for why vein graphite and lithium-ion batteries, right? So there is a tangible surprise coming up here. All right, so we're going to talk about 4 things. Introduction to downstream processing at our company. Then we're going to talk about some of the benchmarking methods which we use at the ATC, which are industrial methods. Then we're going to use a case study for making lithium-ion battery-grade graphite into the anodes. And then we're going to do another case study of what you could do with non-spherical, what we call spheroidization rejects, and how you can use it in other type of battery. But before I move on, I wanted to dedicate a special word in the loving memory of a person who passed in February. His name is Dr. Joe Doninger. He was Senior Vice President Operations of Superior Graphite Company, and he was the one who enabled purchases on large scale of Bogala graphite by the United States. So unfortunately, he is not with us, but he was the person establishing business there. Okay. So a couple of words, a couple more words about ATC. So we operate out of a brand new plant, which is Industrial Graphite and Carbon Facility, located in this safe suburb of Wheeling, Illinois, safe suburb of Chicago. This is very clean and very modern facility. Very spacious, nothing like a graphite factory, nothing like a graphite plant. Our customers are calling us the Google of graphite industry. You can see some of the buildings and labs and plant. People are proud to work at our place. So at the ribbon cutting, which happened just a couple of years ago, we had our congressional delegation present, and they emphasized the importance of supporting critical minerals development outside of China. So this particular trip to Sri Lanka is part of that big initiative. So as you know, or you probably know, right, that there are many deposits of natural graphite, including vein graphite in the United States. However, there is no domestic production right now. People are able to pull the bulk sample to work with, but no one actually has a dedicated primary processing capability, such as a flotation plant. So we started asking around because people were getting grants, government grants like crazy, are you planning to build a flotation plant? And the simple answer was no. So we said, okay, if the industry doesn't want to do it, we are going to do it. Even though we are a downstream processor, but we have built, and as of March of 2024, we are continuously running non-stop US-only flotation plant, which is dedicated to graphite. We have a graphite team, graphite engineers who are running this plant, and some of the machines are here. You can see we're taking advantage of forces of gravity. We operate on 4 levels, so we let material flow instead of being pumped. And it's a nice, interesting operation, very modern, which has about 18 machines which are daisy-chained into lock cycle system. So now, when we receive graphite, right, what do we do with this graphite? So our characterization is industrial. It might seem extremely simple. However, it is telling us a lot. So we're going to consider right now 3 samples. The first sample is from Bogala Graphite Mine out of Sri Lanka. First, we analyze material for moisture. And in case of Bogala, you can see that their moisture level is extremely low, 0.01%. We also look at volatile content at different temperatures. Initially, we take a look at 600, which is usually associated with carbonates. Then we look at 950, where you start seeing a little bit of pyrite decomposing, but also lightweight hydrocarbons. And then all heavy sulfur-containing components start decomposing at 1450 Celsius. So I'd like to add these numbers right now, and you will see that we are something like 3.4, 0.45 together, right? So, and even though you have purity of 99.38%, you have these other things in there which need to be dealt with. You know from earlier today that graphite from Sri Lanka is characterized by very high density. So I'd like you to remember, for basis of comparison, tap density of 1.03, okay? It will be important to compare it with other materials. So the second example which we're going to consider here is that of ruby graphite, which is an American vein graphite, which is available in Montana. So by contrast, you remember what was the moisture. Moisture here is, 10 times of that material. Volatile is significantly higher, and loss and ignition, which is carbon purity, is only 60%. So there is obviously a story to that. It used to be a vein graphite producing mine. All material was stored in a shed, which burned down, and this is all a mixture of debris, which is, pine cones and such, and graphite itself. And this is why it is so low. But it is going to be interesting to see what we've done with the 60% purity material. Interestingly enough, look at tap density. For approximately the same particle size, or quite similar, you get 0.88, which is about 12% lower packing density material, okay? And now let's take a look at another example, which is Sri Lankan Sakura mine, which I understand we are visiting. And here you have comparable moisture level to the American graphite. You have significant volatile content, yet the purity is there, right? 98% carbon. But the tap density is just exactly bullseye is what we have in the American graphite. So you have interesting occurrence here that within Sri Lanka, we cannot make a statement that all graphite is the same. Based on its packing density, you have, for now, 12% difference in packing density, which we will try to understand a little bit later. Let's take a look at how we are doing this cool technology, which is called fingerprinting of graphite ore. So we get it rather sophisticated. So we do etching, and then we use advanced methods of spectrophotometry to actually assign an exact RGB signature to the graphite ore. So when our supplier changes feed on us, or even if they switch to a different shaft, or for example, if they're mining on a different side of the same mountain, we see it right away, okay? And I wanted for our colleagues from USGS to be aware that there is this technology of fingerprinting graphite ore. You can see it even with your naked eye visually, how samples are different, right? So what happens next, right? So we are taking the sample number 2, which is, American graphite, right, from ruby, and we are taking it through our process. I'd like you to take a look at the first column. Here you can see the purity. Remember, we started with 60%. We are at 5/9 in purity after going through our furnace. You, in fact, can see some holes in the material. Those are pieces of rock which got evaporated during impurity removal. So we don't use any acid whatsoever, it's just temperature, okay? The tap density drops, okay? Particle size does not change, okay? And what happens next? So you can see these particles which are completely irregularly shaped. like what do you do with them? So you take them through the process of spheroidization. So I have not heard too much during the 2 days of the conference emphasis on the importance to spheronize, but you do have to spheronize because that's the only way for you to get into lithium-ion batteries. There is no other way. But so you can see you get this potato shape, which is essentially perfect material, right? And you get this magic number of tap density of greater than 1 grams per cubic centimeter. And you get into POSCO spec. Look at that, 16.5 microns. Those who know what POSCO buys, that's exactly what they buy. But here is the absolute key to why weighing graphite. So people were saying, why not flake graphite? Why not synthetic graphite, right? So take a look at one number here. This is spheroidization yield. Spheroidization yield is 73%, okay? 73%, you compare it now with Chinese technology practiced in China, which is 30%, okay? If you give me 70% over 30%, I will buy this ore for $1,700 per ton, because yield means a lot more than the cost of raw material, okay? Now, you've heard today earlier about our process, which is called inverted flow sheet. So you have 26% or 27% of non-spheres. And remember, we purify material first, so they are of the same purity level as the spherical material. Well, watch what happens then. So now we take this spherical graphite through another must-have step, which is carbon coating. You can refer to Katie's presentation. Usually it's a soft carbon-based coating based on petroleum pitch or coal tar pitch. There is a world of pitches, and there is this whole science about pitches, and we have expertise in this subject. But anyway, after spheroidization, you do get your high tap density of greater than 1. You get your surface area to meet with the Tesla spec, which has to be 4 square meters per gram. This is 3.2 here. And you retain the spherical morphology, you put it into battery, and you can see that out of this weighing graphite, you are extracting near theoretical performance, which in this case is 369 out of 372 available, and extreme flatness, right? So another proof that this material works by itself, okay? However, you wouldn't make it work by itself. You would co-process it with synthetic as portion of the blend, or you would co-process it with recycled graphite. And also this is vein graphite, because it's malleable. It is really helping with repairing, in case of using recycled material, the spheres. And and I think I'm wrapping up right now. So use of non-spherical co-products. So we are no longer calling it a byproduct, we're calling it a co-product. So those spheroidization rejects were effectively put into lead-acid batteries of Johnson Controls. And you can see that there is a carbon black based control, and there is fairly small difference, but still better performance coming from vein graphite by putting it into anode or into expander of negative plate. So again, here is this world market available to you of lead-acid batteries. Put your non-spheres into this market for combined usage of close to 100%. With that, I wanted to thank you for your attention. I wanted to show you more pictures of ATC in operation, and again, thanks.
We'll take one question.
Hi. Thank you for the talk. Can you explain how you do the classification after the spheroidization step?
Yes, absolutely. So depending on the graphite type, we apply one of 3 available types of spheroidizers. And for some spheroidizers, you do air classification. For other spheroidizers, you do wet classification, especially which is done in water, okay? And there is this whole technology about spheroidization and classification, and you can actually have it working with exact precision, you can classify down to half a micron, plus or minus half micron. So the toughest industry spec is that of South Korean company called POSCO, right? And their spec is 16.5 microns plus or minus half micron, right? So if you're meeting that spec, you have to be plus or minus half a micron, okay? However, you go to General Motors, their spec is much more relaxed than POSCO, right? So depending on your end-use customer, or depending on which mill you use for spheridization, because it has to do with also the type of graphite, the mechanism of spheridization. Anyway, you will use air classification or wet classification.
Thank you.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I have one question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here, it's over here. Okay. So basically, you are using a high temperature process.
Yes.
Do you see any structural defects happening, or how do you control?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so you're healing graphite, right? If you're looking at XRD, at D and G bond, your G peak becomes more narrow and taller, and your D bond becomes very small. It gets diminished, yes. You absolutely are healing your graphite, yes.
Thanks, Igor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
I'd like to introduce our last speaker of this session and the last speaker of our program of talks. And our last speaker is Shihan De Silva, Value Addition, Rapid Electrochemical Screening of Battery-Grade Graphite using a Portable Potentiostat for Mine Safety and Supply Chain Deployment.
Good evening. It'll look like we coordinated the presentations, but I promise you we didn't. No, there was no coordination. Right, so this presentation gets to some of the work the previous talks spoke of in terms of classification, as well as the importance of BET, Raman, XRD, as well as how that relates to the SCI layer, and how do we predict that early on, right? Let's start with why we need any of this. So I think many speakers spoke about the standards for battery anodes, right? There's only one country out there that has a battery anode standard, that's there, and every other commercial activity revolves around standards for their specific company, right? So if we want to be hitting a spec, this is a fairly decent spec, but also, like you mentioned, the Tesla, the BYD spec, or the Cattle spec, those are all very good specs to be hitting. And one of the key things that we realize here, these are using equipment such as BET, EDAX, XRD, so on, which we use this on a daily basis in a lab context. But when you're doing lot-to-lot classification, we need to understand it at a faster clip, at a shorter timeline, so on. So let's talk about the parameters of each of these specs, right? So we have the first cycle efficiency, the reversible capacity, BET, so on. You know those numbers. These are the top numbers that we chase after when we go to meet a battery spec. In this, if we were to do a triage of what is the most important one, which affects the price of the cell, it's the first cycle efficiency. Specifically for Sri Lanka, this is most relevant because this is largely determined by the quality of the graphite, right? So We'll get to that on why that is. The first cycle efficiency basically lives in the layer that we were talking about earlier, which is the SEI layer. What does this layer do? This is a very important layer for transport of the lithium, but it also consumes lithium, right? So you have this wastage of lithium that comes in because of how the graphite is interacting with the lithium in that first charge cycle. And the SEI layer, while it's important, given that it consumes lithium, we need to be more mindful about how we design for it. So, and this is essentially the size of it. It's not very much, but it has outsized importance in batteries. When we just use these numbers as indicative, I've tried as much to use meaningful numbers here, but I mean, this is indicative, right? So first cycle efficiency, about 1 point change in that essentially means a $10 increase or more in your cost of kilowatt hour. So if you were to look at just one number, and what is that being driven by? It's the lithium. As soon as you have lithium being wasted, you have these costs going up, because that at a material per kilogram level, lithium is actually quite expensive. So if you waste that in the SCI, you have these, you're on the wrong side of the curve. So ideally you'd want to be here, but a pass-fail spec can be achieved at the 90%. Right. On top of that, there's this issue of once we send a batch of material, the cell maker has a problem, because as soon as you introduce a huge batch of material into the process line, you're contaminating it, right? And to clean out that entire process, which is a continuous process, hopefully, it's a weeks or multiple days long process. You don't want to be doing that. So the yield drops, and there's liability concerns, so on and so forth, program delays and so on. So that's the cost and the risk to the cell manufacturer. And from a mine's perspective, mines do this on LC, so it could be rejected at the destination. If they were to run some sort of XRD or at the port itself, then they run the risk of rejection of the consignment. Strapping up working capital, reputational loss, so on and so forth. So this is essentially the problem definition where we're trying to get into. I'm going to rush through some of these because I don't think I'll be having enough time. But so currently we do this, and by no means am I saying that we shouldn't be doing this. We do need this, but of course we need something faster as well, right? So currently we do centralized analytics, we do the XRD, RAM, XPSBET, so on, and the turnaround time for this is in days to weeks. And by the time this happens, it's of course you're holding up production. What we're suggesting is a screening method which we can do for the CO bonds, the carbonas, phenols, so on, at the early stage as a very cheap and cheerful method of understanding the quality of the material. So we consider the capacity baseline, the peak reversibility, and so on, to understand if this is fit for purpose for this particular application. So fit for purpose for this particular application is key, right? So what is important in this application is the first cycle efficiency. So what we've come up with is a physics first model of getting from surface oxygen groups all the way to first cycle efficiency. This goes through your bed surface area, so you convert your surface oxygens to bed surface area, how it affects the surface area, the usable surface area, and how that in turn informs the SCI layer, right? And the reversible charge and the first cycle efficiency after that. So what this means is, from the chemistry, we can predict what the most important parameter of that the efficiency of the cell can have. So it's good to give ourselves some parameters to aim for in this. So we're hoping to get a classification accuracy of 90% or more. Hopefully we want to, in this program, want to get, so we've come up with our own electronics for this. Essentially, when I say electronics, it's a potential stat, right? So we can do these potential stats. So we want to achieve less than 3% variation between the hardware, and then again less than 5 millivolt variation between the hardware. So that's on the hardware front and the classification front. On the validation front, we've actually, or creation of this model, we've used 150 samples which have been informed by the literature. So we've used literature data, and we've created 150 synthetic samples to create the model, right? And we'll see how that evolves. So this model is essentially, this is what we saw earlier. We've got the COs, the COOHs, hydroxyls, so on, and we're trying to get to essentially a state where we can predict these peak heights and what that means in terms of the first cycle efficiency. So if you were to ask about what the actual parameters that we're capturing are, these are the parameters that we'll be looking at, and these are the sources of those parameters. Now, bear in mind, and this is very important for in the Sri Lankan context, this is on flake, spherical, and synthetic. So we need to work with the mines now to actually extend that to the vein models. So using this starting point, we've actually started running these computer models to actually start to see if we can get to identification. But before that, we wanted to understand what the peaks are. So if I were to just run through very basic electrochemistry, we just charge or put a forward sweep on the voltage, and we draw it down and reverse it, and then we see the current associated with that, right? The peaks associated with that, and those peaks we can associate with different groups. We've got the COOHs and the hydroxyls, so on. So those signatures, we have then used literature values to corroborate, right? And I'll show you how that looks in this. So if you get those signatures out here, what you essentially want is low peaks, right? Why do you want these low peaks? Because these are the chemical features, the oxygen groups that bind with the lithium. So ideally, you'd want to have lower and lower peaks, the voltage values, the current values. So we've set up known good FCE values, the rejected FCE values, and the marginal FCE values. You notice that there is an offset here. That's the innate capacitance of the cell. Then we try to understand in this model what the cutoff for a go, no-go signal is. So once we run the system long enough, we understand what the happy medium of where you can get a 90% classification. So this is the line that determines that classification parameter that we set ourselves as a target. So as soon as you have a boundary that you can get to that classification target here, and if it's accessible through this, then of course we can run the rest of the training data to understand if it works. What do I mean by the rest of the training data? I mentioned that we created 150 samples. In those 150 samples, and I'm sure most of you know this, we dedicate a few of these for the training set, and then another few of these for the test set. And so we've got 70% going into the model creation and 30% going into the testing of it. So I'll just quickly go through, and this is basically how we get to each of those peaks, how that maps to in terms of the current and the first cycle efficiency, right? So those are the peaks that we spoke about earlier, the capacitor and the oxidation, and this is how it maps. So fundamentally, I want to get to this slide. I think it's most important. The whole, we've got a pass ratio here, and we've got a fail class of 0, meaning that if it's very sensitive to the failures, right? This model is very sensitive to the failures. Pass is okay, but we do get some false negatives, but it's better than having the false positives, right? So 100% is good, and the holdout accuracy is 91%. The area under the curve is 0.93, and we've run this 5 times over, and in that we've got about 92.7 accuracy in this. Then here we have the cross-device accuracy, which is what we made 3 devices and tested it across that, and this is how we get on. So basically we've got to 92.7 accuracy. Just very quickly go into that. So we set out to do this, and we sort of achieved that, right, to get to the FCE. What does that mean, right? So basically, I'll just very quickly, these are repetition. We've gone from this this testing regime to that, just by having a model to be able to do that. Meaning, we can do lot by lot testing, which is very important when we're supplying a production plant. So it also adds value to the mines, because by segregation, you can also say this is battery class, this is industry class, and this is refractory grade. To that end, we've actually created a online system where you can actually go onto it right now and see this, a demo of this going on, where you can list your product and associate it with this type of spec sheet. So lot by lot, you'll be able to get this spec sheet. So notice here, you have all the specs that we mentioned here, and then whether the overall result is pass or fail, and what kind of grade it is. And then, of course, you can get end-to-end visibility if that is what interests you. So if you have test points at the mine end, at the port end, and at the consignment receiving end, you can have, again, all the visibility that you want over there. You can go to graphenegrade.com. It's live now. Have a look. With that, thank you.
I apologize. I wanted to clarify. I can understand doing this on spheronized processed graphite because you.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I can understand using this technique, which looks really nice, fast fail, on processed spheronized graphite.
Yes.
Right. How do you do it on mine material, which is going to be variable, and how do the parameter set is so wide?
In solution, because anyway, there is a filtering step where you have in solution, so you can dry it out, create that electrode. So that there is a press that you can put into the electrode, and then that becomes a working electrode.
We should talk. No,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, please, we will leave this for later, but
all right.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to thank all of you for attendance and good presentations. It's really been wonderful. We are going to have tea after this, and then we're going to have some breakout sessions. And let me continue.
So as we transition into the next segment, we would like to inform our online participants that the live broadcast will be temporarily suspended and will resume at 4:30 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Thank you and enjoy your tea.
I'll make just a quick comment on that. So just to say, the United States Sri Lanka Fulbright Commission is subject neutral. We have no interest in graphite. The only reason we are here helping to facilitate this workshop is because Kusali is a Fulbright specialist, a former Fulbright scholar, and this was her project. If someone wanted to come and be at University of Kelaniya and do the importance of public libraries in a democracy, we would 100% support that. In fact, in August, we are doing just that. If someone wanted to come to Eastern University and promote entrepreneurship in the Eastern Province, we would gladly do that. In fact, we did that last year. So what I'm challenging all of you in this room, and I'm especially looking at the Americans, is if you want to do something, please apply to be a Fulbrighter. Come back. I would love to continue these types of convenings, but it will take a Fulbrighter coming here for us to do that. Otherwise, polytexts in Ola leaf collections conservation may be the next big conference, which would be really cool, by the way.
I saw the R&D got the most votes for the first question. I think you all need to think about what R&D proposals that you can come up with, because that's important. Just R&D is not going to help, right? You need to have a solid idea with collaborations between the two countries, and then you have to be able to clearly justify what is the benefit to Sri Lanka and what is the benefit to the US. You cannot just go and ask for money from any agency, whether it's Sri Lanka or the US, without justifying your need and the benefit to that country. This is international collaboration. It's not easy. It's not easy to go and ask for money. Just because we don't have money, we cannot just go and ask for it. So justifying and identifying projects, materializing and working together, this is really important. So I hope that you will continue these discussions or via email, Zoom calls, whatever. I would not postpone, because I know the moment you leave this room, things may not happen. It takes time to develop these collaborations, so I encourage you to continue these discussions. We spend a lot of time doing all this, so I think if you want to get something out of it, please follow through and get something out of it the next week or so. Get something on paper.
John, you have a question?
Now, with the selections that were on the board, okay, you are correct, they were technically focused on graphite and the support of the graphite industry. So, given that that is not Fulbright's, or not, and I fully understand that. So the other selections that were on there, and one that I voted for, and I put my hand up on, no dramas here, is I look at the Fulbright Commission as an education. It's an education sponsoring organisation. So rather than discounting all those things on there, there is an opportunity, I believe, for education, and that is the Fulbright assisting in either the exchange of consultants or students So is it possible now that we got the three
Yeah.
premiums wrong for us to jump back and say, well, hang on, there is something in there that you could sponsor?
100% correct. Thank you for challenging that a little bit. You are exactly right. If there are Fulbrighters who are interested in any of those, top three, great. But what I guess my point is, Fulbright isn't an educational institution in the sense of a university. So we don't have, departments, faculties under us, and we're not doing that. We're doing exchange programs. Sri Lankans in the room, and I'm especially looking to the younger Sri Lankans in the room, if you want to pursue a Fulbright and go to the United States, either we have a master's scholarship program, we also have a visiting scholars program, most of those are postdocs. We would love to sit down and talk to you. And if it's in one of those top three areas, great. We are all in. I want to put two people on the spot. First of all, yes, the Sri Lankan government can do a lot. Universities can also do a lot, and the government listens to universities, as we heard, in some different comments earlier. Sanjeeva, you as head of the Department of Geology here and as director of the International Relations Office are a key to moving the agenda forward. What can you do here from the University of Peradeniya perspective?
Yeah, Patrick, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, actually, I just wanted to add my comment as well, because we are committed and we are ready to host all potential Fulbright programs in the future. So in our department is open for that, and my academic staff always encourage me to give this message throughout these few days. And I think we have to design especially programs that might help our economy to develop more, so that the university will definitely support us.
But what about some of the geological surveys and maybe digitizing some of that?
Yeah, actually, that is also a point. We have a huge set of data and maps which are in paper form at the moment. So we can revise them, update them, and digitize them. So we need your support.
You just heard the offer there. Another person I want to put on the spot, Jake, from the U.S. Embassy's perspective, as you hear kind of next steps, what do you see as the embassy's possible role?
Well, frankly, the thing that was just going through my mind is thinking about what you were saying on digitization. The embassy had we had some grant money to try to get a central water quality database for ocean water in Sri Lanka, and in the end we had to basically abandon the project because A, a lot of the existing data was in paper form, B, it was held by lots of different agencies, C, those agencies were not only not sharing that data with each other, they felt it was proprietary and did not want to share it with each other. So the normal steps that we could take of sort of bringing everybody together and explaining why it's important and giving them some money, it just wasn't working. That's just one example. It's anecdotal, but that's the kind of problem that you wouldn't necessarily run into in the US, which you would here. Now, that being said, this government is prioritizing a digitalization effort. They've got $50 million from the World Bank to digitize a lot of their government services. Now, I don't know if that would extend to the databases that they have in binders, in boxes, in closets, sitting in these government agencies, but that's a possibility. So there is an opportunity now to potentially make the case, if you can make the case for why it's important to actually get those, get that information online, to synchronize it among agencies, and how would you use it? So I would certainly, the embassy would certainly support any of those efforts that have a US nexus. we'd be happy to go out and do that legwork to meet with our government counterparts and try to talk to them about it. But it is important to set expectations in many countries, but Sri Lanka is one of them, right? The capacity of the government is limited. There are sort of power struggles or other things below the surface that we may not necessarily appreciate right away, and simply doing a project because it will help is not enough of an argument here. So happy to engage with anybody who wants to. I've been giving out my card. Anybody else who wants to talk creatively and strategically about how to approach graphite, the suggestions or the issues within the graphite industry with Sri Lankan government. Thanks.
Go ahead, Katie.
So my question is, what are the criteria for a successful Fulbright application? What are you looking for?
So each round has a competition with whoever is applying that round. So it's hard to say, this is always going to be the winner, this is always going to be the loser. But what I would say is that alignment with national priorities is really important. So just to say the obvious here, about a year and a half ago, a new government was elected here in Sri Lanka, and the NPP has their own priorities, their own goals. And in the United States, about a year and a half ago, a new government was elected, and the Trump administration has their own priorities, their own goals. To find those sweet spots of alignment is really key. And then to articulate it in a way that isn't just about you. I have seen a lot of Fulbright applications that have said, this is going to be great for my career, this is going to build my CV, I'm going to have all these great publications in top journals coming out of this. And the binational committee, 3 Sri Lankans, 3 Americans, look at that and say, but how is it going to benefit Sri Lanka? But how is it going to benefit the United States? The US taxpayers are paying for this program. And right now the narrative in Washington, D.C. is America first. And just to be real with you, you need to articulate in any application to a Fulbright, how is this going to positively impact the United States of America, who are paying for this program? So, sweet spot of alignment between the national priorities of the United States and Sri Lanka is the one answer that I would have. If you want to go deeper and talk about your specific idea, I would love to have an offline conversation.
I just wanted to add this about prompt 1 is just about the suggestion, providing suggestion to the government. So I think it's important that our Sri Lankan friend, look for opportunities to apply these kind of strategies, and also writing some proposals for the government. And this is the priority that this room felt that this is important for this industry.
This is also where tie-ups between universities can really benefit, right? So I get that you're saying, invest in the infrastructure of labs here in Sri Lanka, and that's really important. But also the know-how, the technical know-how, and maybe some joint research projects where you're, looking at 2 labs and who can do it together. And I know we have, University of Colombo, University of Peradeniya, University of Moratuwa, some of the very top universities here in Sri Lanka represented in this Graphite Summit. And I know you too are looking for some of these tie-ups. So Hassan, if you can, not just the 2+2, program that you're talking about, a degree program, but also some joint research that comes out of that. That would be a big win in for the Graphite Summit?
I think I have to respond from the government side as well. So as you mentioned, yes, now we are having two new administrations, and what is kicked in our mind is that there is no tariff for graphite. It means you need this material. Okay, so right now our focus is not, let's say whether it is graphene or whatever. Our focus right now is doing exploration and doing some, having more mines and assuring that the supply chain can go forward with producing material. So when it comes to Fulbright partnership, yes, we are ready to share our information with them. I know that Asbury is here, so US is already here. So we can have a very good partnership with other institutes, the industry. What we have to prove is that we have to prove that we have enough resources, because there's only 2 mines that that goes deep into the earth subsurface. It is Bogle and Kahataka. That it proves that there is substantial amount of material. So all other locations that we are talking about, 3,000 or 4,000, out of that, if we can take 1% of that and have a mine that we right now functioning, not the even level of Kahataka or Bogle, it means there are substantial amount of material. So first we have to focus on that, how we cope up with mineral rights and land ownership, and how we can produce ready to go investments. For that, any other mineral we can do it where the surface open cast mining is there. So if we think about vein quartz, graphite and mineral science, we have a substantial amount of information, maybe scattered here and there, but we can bring it one location. But when it comes to graphite, no, we are just scratching the surface. So first what we need is, we need investment, and we need resources and some insight, how we are going to go to the next level and see our potential. That is what we are looking for. Thank you.
Got it. Fulbright would not be relevant for the first 2, but for the last one, it would be. That is, financing would not come from Fulbright. Resources would not come from Fulbright. Know-how would come from Fulbright. And I think that, that we could talk about a Fulbrighter, like Kusali or others who are in this room. If you want the first 2, there are investors represented in this group, and there are probably a whole lot of other people in this group who have conversations with investors and know that world. So my challenge to you and to the government is, people aren't going to come and beg you for opportunities. You need to be the proactive one to come and make that deal, right? I understand the technical expertise in the room is just outstanding, but you're going to make the deal or not. It's not going to be Fulbright.
I'd like to add something to that. I know Margosa is here, Ms. Damila, Bogle is here. Can y'all support research? Some of the research that George was mentioning, can y'all fund to do digitizing and some simple research projects? What is the process? How do someone can? Margosa, do you have a comment on that? Are you supporting research?
Well, yes, we are. We're actually leading on research. And basically leading on research starts from the beginning. Where's your resource? Follow the procedure. Where's your research? That is where your research starts. Follow the standards. adopt codes. We've got information on our resource, and that sign over there that everybody walks by, 20,000 metres of drilling. Imagine how much data is collected from that resource for all that drilling. All that core is available. Students can come and have a look at it. That's, that's the start of your research. And then as far as applications go, well, we're here talking at the Graphite Summit to see if we can glean support as well from US manufacturers and off-takers to help this product get within the US and into higher applications. So, I'll tell you now, we've spent $21 million US developing this project and investigating over 253 square kilometres, 1,780 line kilometres of aerial survey. There's a lot of data there. But what I would say to Nalin is, Nalin just spoke and said there's 2 mines operating that are at depth. Yes, there are 2 mines operating at depth. There's one wanting to get going. There's a number of other mines wanting to get going. But if you want a mine operating within this 12 months, we're nearly there. So forget about 2 mines. We're a mine. We're actually mining. We may not be in production, but we're a mine. So Sri Lanka has a mining opportunity with a resource. That's where the government needs to get behind us. And we're happy to share. We're happy to assist where we can. But we need you to get behind us as well.
There you go. Okay. You had a comment you wanted to make? Go ahead.
Yes. So on behalf of the University of Cambridge, I would also like to mention, in terms of geological data digitization, we would like to offer our expertise. And if there's any need from University of Peradeniya or GSMB, we'd like to collaborate.
There you go. Another great offer. Well, this is a wonderful closing session with some great ideas, and I think some potential tie-ups and a lot of offers for continuing conversation. So thank you all very much for that. I know we're moving to closing comments now, and I'll just say at the beginning of the closing comments, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. First, University of Peradeniya, thank you for hosting us here. You're awesome. She's not in the room, but Soraya, who has done so much behind the scenes, is just a gem, and I couldn't do it without the team here. U.S. Embassy, Jake and all of his. Soraya, come in for just 1 second. Soraya, let's give her a big, huge hand. Yeah, right on. Yeah. Jake, thank you for all of your support and guidance, and whatever comes out of this, really appreciate you and all of your colleagues there. To the Sri Lankans in the room, thank you, thank you, thank you for giving the time, and for some of you, the sponsorship, and for many of you, the ideas. Let's continue this conversation. And to the Americans who came, you guys are just awesome. I really can't say enough. You gave your time, even if you got a ticket paid for by the NSF grant. You sacrificed a lot. Time with your families, time away from jobs, an unsure travel time right now, and all of that. Thank you for all that you've done. And finally, a huge thank you, Kusali Dhammagai. You are the best. This was your brainchild. You made it happen. You have to feel so satisfied. And just as you thought you were done with graphite, now you've got a whole nother chapter of your life being a graphite expert. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, I am just overwhelmed with the satisfaction just walking into those breakout rooms and to see you all talking to each other. And thank you for my US group, my organizing committee, Professor Sanjeeva, the University of Peradeniya, the Department of Geology. And also, first of all, I wanted to thank the IT group. Mr. Udara, would you stand up with your team?
Great job.
Thank you so much. All of you are Sri Lankan students, faculty, the GSMB, National Science Foundation is not here right now. Sponsors, Bogulamine, Margosa, Ragedara, and all of our sponsors here and also our partners. Thank you very much. I must say, if you were not here, each and every one of you, we would not have done this. It was a lot of effort from each and every one of you. I could do so much. The rest of you did put this together. So thank you all so very much. I really hope you're not just walking away with just new knowledge, but you're walking away with a sense of having some idea that you can materialize your discussions. And hopefully within the next 24 hours, you will have this bright idea that you wanted to put into a proposal and you wanted to collaborate. I'm telling you, the next 24 hours is very critical. So write down your thoughts and contact your collaborator in Sri Lanka. If we can get at least 5 different ideas from this summit, I'll be happy to forward those ideas to the National Science Foundation. They have offered to help, but it has to be justified, like I said before, how it benefits the US, how it benefits Sri Lanka. And it has to be in this critical minerals, value chain. Not just academia, how you could collaborate with the industry too. So thank you again to all of you, and thank you, Patrick, for, listening to me and paying all my bills that I could not pay from NSF, and Soraya. Thank you, Soraya. And I have some few of my colleagues back there, Nilushi, Eranji,
Yes.
Nadisha. Thank you so very much. Have a great evening and safe travels to all of you.